Hello, the stream. Hello, Governor. What's up, Dread? Hey, it's Erica.
Creeping along it as she had done with Albern before. This is a time when we shall need the Nightblade. To his coin purse and then pressing gold into the bowyer's palm. Of this merchant, I have no desire to risk my merchant. I have no desire to risk my life in their company. To come here, yet if she knew, she told me nothing. Get inside and lands, to find that some of our own had a hand in amassing an army, out of sight, army, out of in amassing an army, out of sight and without, placed highly and esteemed by your brothers, know of what transpires here? Curiously, merchants are notoriously protective of their wares, and I should think even them. Albern told Jordell what they had seen. So far as he knew, a caravan. What they had seen. So far as he knew.
Okay, here we go.
Chapter 22. Lauren could not tell Albern. She feared to make so much as a sound, especially now. So they watched in silence as the caravan proceeded. The front gate swung open with a crash, letting carriage and wagons pass inside the great stone walls. Then Albern tapped her shoulder and drew her back. Rain began to fall as they slid back along the fortress wall, and by the time they reached the others, it poured itself upon them. Albern told Jordell what they had seen. So far as he knew, a caravan like any other, proceeding into the stronghold. The myth leading into the stronghold. Stronghold.
Aha! There you are, you fucker. Just a reminder, when we hit 30 subs, we're going to do another sub giveaway of a hardcover copy of the Nightblade Epic Volume 1.
So far as he knew, a caravan like any other, proceeding into the stronghold. The mystic listened in silence. But afterward, he looked over Albern's shoulder to see Lauren standing silent, arms folded around herself, staring at the floor. "Lauren?" he said. "What is it?" She looked up at him, and then at Annis. I know the caravan. I know whose it is." "Who?" said Jordell, brow furrowing, but almost before the word furrowing. "Who?" said Jordell, brow furrowing, but almost before the word had left his lips, his eyes widened, and his lips parted slightly. He had guessed. "Yes," said Lauren. "It is a yes." "Yes," said Lauren. "It is a yes." "Yes," said Lauren. "It is a Yaren caravan, and Damaris is with them." There was a long moment of silence. Then Annis broke it with a scream. "No! No, you are lying!" Jordell pounced upon her, wrapping one arm around her shoulders and placing a hand over her mouth. She fought and kicked at him, even trying to bite his hand, though he would not let her. Albern ran his hand, though he would not let her. Albern ran to the cave mouth and looked up, peering back and forth, but he quickly turned back to them. "No one is about, and the rain masks much of the sound in any case," he said. "But still, no more shouting." "I cannot let you go unless you promise to be silent," said Jordell quietly. "I understand your feelings, but you will have us all captured or killed. Do you promise?" Annis fell still, slumping in his arms. Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes, but she nodded slowly. Jordell released her, and she fell to her knees on the cave floor. Lauren went to her at once, lifting her up and finding a more comfortable place to sit against the wall. "Is this a private matter?" said Albern. "For I do not find myself as alarmed at this news as it seems you lot think I should." Jem stood by Jordell. His face had gone white, and his hands shook. "Damaris is a merchant, and a cruel woman. She nearly had us killed in Capris. Well, Lauren and me, at any rate." "Did you steal from her?" said Albern, looking at them curiously. "Merchants are notoriously protective of their wares, and I should think even you two would know that." "I took nothing from her," said Jem. raising his hands. "I did," said Lauren. "Mage stones, the secret trade of their family. Their wealth has not been built upon only furs and spices and blades. They smuggle the rocks across the 9 lands. That is how they came by such fortune. Also, to Damaris's mind, across the 9 lands. That is how they came by such fortune. Also,
Mage stones.
came by such fortune. Also, to Damaris's mind, I took something far more valuable. Her daughter." Albern's eyes went to Annis, and for a moment he was dumbstruck. "Ah," he said at last. "Oh dear." "Indeed," said Lauren. "Twice has she tried to have me killed. Third tries are charmed, they say, though I hope the charm is in my favor." Albern shook his head. "Are all your journeys so fraught with peril and enemies, daughter of the forests? If so, and you were ever again with peril and enemies, daughter of the forests, of the forest, the forest.
Aha! You motherfucker!
So fraught with peril and enemies, daughter of enemies, daughter. Peril and enemies, daughter. Peril and enemies, daughter. Enemies, daughter of. Daughter of. Daughter of. Daughter. Daughter of.
Alright, fuck it. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, I've heard that rumor too. I hope they do a good job. I had this awesome idea for a Dungeons and Dragons spec script. But, that was a long time ago.
Are all your journeys so fraught with peril and enemies, daughter of the forests? If so, and you were ever again in need of a guide through the mountains, mayhap you should warn him first. Never do I plan for such, said Lauren, shaking her head slowly. Yet always misfortune has a way of finding me. I sense more than misfortune at work here, said Jordell. How could Damaris have come to this place? We did not even know our road would take us here. Nor did she, certainly, said Jem, scoffing. She cannot be here looking for us. Lauren turned to Annis beside her. Was this the caravan's destination? Did Damaris plan to come to the Great Rocks all along? Annis stared at nothing. At first Lauren thought the girl had not heard, but then she shook her head. I do not know. I was not privy to many of the discussions Mother and Gretchen had about our route. I knew only that we would be traveling all through Selvin and mayhap to Dorsey after that. If they came north on the westerly road, the stronghold would have been only a small detour, said Albern. Only a small detour. Small detour. Detour. Been only a small detour. It would have been only a small detour. Only a small detour. small detour.
Sounds pretty cool, Dredd.
Only a small detour, said Albern. A few days' ride at most. But they would have to know it was here and occupied, or they could have had no purpose here. They must have known, said Jordell. Why else would they have come? There are few places to trade at, and no cities save for Northwood at its head. But Northwood is no place so grand as Wellmont, or even Cabris, and I do not think Damaris would trouble herself to go there. Annis swallowed hard and took a moment to breathe. Then all this time, without knowing it, our steps have led us straight into my mother's arms, when all I wanted was to avoid her. We should have gone to Dorsey, as I said, or somewhere else, anywhere but here. It is too late to ponder what we should have done, said Jordell. Now we must decide what to do. Well, we cannot return the way we came, said Albern, for now the guards will be back on patrol. And in any case, I think we would still find the satyrs and harpies waiting for us. Nor can we leave by the road leading east, for that too will be watched. I do not mean to leave, said Jordell. I mean to discover the business of the people within this fortress. They cannot be soldiers of Selvin, for if the king were gathering such an army, I should have heard of it. But if not from Selvin, then who are they? And how have they mustered such strength of arms without anyone in my order knowing? Are you certain no mystics are aware of them? Said Lauren. Jordell stared at her, eyes blank. I do not know everything of the mystics, said Lauren. Yet it seems to me that your order has many hands, and each does not always know what the others are holding. You say that some in your order will help you once we reach Feldemar, but not all of them. You say that Vivian reports to different masters than your own. Could not those other mystics, placed highly and esteemed by your brothers, know of what transpires here? Could they not have withheld such information for their own schemes and purposes unknown? His face grew stony as she spoke. When she finished, he gave a slow nod. What you say is possible, yet I hope it is not so. While some mystics may play at intrigue, while some mystics may play at intrigue and politics, still we are unified by the purpose of our order, to maintain a watchful peace over the 9 lands. To find that some of our own had a hand in amassing an army, out of sight and without the knowledge of their brothers, would be dark tidings. Lauren thought she saw fear growing in the mystic's eyes. Would be dark tidings. Lauren thought she saw fear growing in the mystic's eyes. Jordell, I think you know who these men are, said Lauren, or you may at least hazard a guess. I could guess many things, said Jordell, yet I would not, for it would be of little help, as we still would know nothing of the truth. And some things, some dark thoughts, may be given strength by voicing them aloud. No, I will not guess at who the people in this stronghold might be. I will only look and see what may be seen with my own eyes, without fear making things greater than they are. Fear cannot make things seem any darker to me, said Annis in a small voice. I do not think we shall escape this place. I think I shall find myself back in my mother's clutches, and once she has me, I do not think I shall ever escape again. I will not let her have you, said Lauren, not while life still beats in my heart. If your heart is all that stands between us, I have little hope, said Annis. Do you think she will hesitate to cut it out? Lauren had no answer to that. Hesitate to cut it out? Lauren had no answer to that. Damaris had spared her life before, even when Lauren had thought the merchant meant to kill her with a poisonous serpent. She had later discovered the snake's venom was not fatal. But she had little wish to rely on the merchant's mercy ever again. Annis, in Damaris's clutches, might face a terrible rebuke and a lifetime of watchful eyes. Lauren would more likely have her throat slit. Watchful eyes. Lauren would more likely have her throat slit. She shook off such thoughts. They would not help her. And what was it Jordell had said? Some dark thoughts may be given strength by voicing them aloud. "What do you mean to do, then, Jordell?" said Lauren. "Whatever it is, let us begin, for I wish to be quit of this place as soon as we may." "We shall have to get inside," said "Whatever it is, let us begin, for I wish to be quit of this place as soon as we may." "We shall have to—" "What do you mean to do, then, Jordell?" said Lauren. "Whatever it—" said Lauren. "Whatever it is, let us begin, for I wish to be quit of this place as soon as we may." "We shall have—" "As soon as we may." "We shall have to get inside," said Jordell. "Some of the guards and soldiers in the stronghold must know why Damaris is here. That is something I should very much like to know. I think it strange that Vivian and her masters would not know of Damaris's intention to come here, yet if she knew, she told me nothing." "Get inside the fortress?" said Jem. "Those walls are quite tall. I am not unskilled when it comes to climbing, but I doubt I could scale them." "But I doubt you have ever infiltrated a fortress," said Jordell. "Gaining the ramparts will be the easier part, I think. Once inside, we shall have to blend in to discover what is going on." Jem raised a finger and opened his mouth, but Jordell silenced him with a look. "I'm sorry, Jem, but you cannot come on this venture."
Oh, God, when the session's this big, it gets so laggy. I really have to restrict myself to, like, 5 chapters per session.
Mouth, but Jordell silenced him with a look. "I'm sorry, Jem, but you cannot come on this venture. You are only a child, however mighty your heart might be. I must do it, and I will bring Lauren, for though she is young, she is very tall." "And Albern, surely," said Lauren, looking at him in surprise. "He looks like a soldier, and is well advanced in years." "Well advanced, eh?" said Albern, giving her a wry smile. "I take it you mean that I am old." Lauren floundered for an answer, but he raised a hand to stop her. "Mayhap I am, to one who so recently left childhood herself. And mayhap that age has given me more caution than I had in my youth when I marched with sellswords. I will not come on this venture. I bear little interest in this stronghold, except that now I know it is a place to avoid if I ever guide any travelers this way again. I do not know and do not care to know who the soldiers inside might be, and if they are dangerous, which I would assume for safety's sake, even if the lot of you were not so terrified at the arrival of this merchant, I have no desire to risk my life in their company. I am a guide and nothing more, and you are my employers. If I had my way, we would be thinking of means to bypass the fortress entirely. You wish instead to break inside, and that is your choice, but I am not bound to help you. I guessed as much, said Jordell. Though you do yourself a disservice by claiming to be nothing more than a guide, still I will honor your words. Only I will ask of you one favor. He went to Albern, reaching into his coin purse and then pressing gold into the bowyer's palm. If anything should happen to Lauren and me, I hope you will ensure that Jem, Annis, and Zane make it safely out of the Great Rocks. Albern looked down to find 8 gold weights in his hand. This is far more than you promised me. Upon this journey you have found more than you bargained for, and you will face greater dangers still if you must escape the mountains without Lauren and me. Albern took Jordell's hand and returned the coins to it. It seems I have acquired your skill for bargaining, Jordell of the family Adair. I will not take more than you promised, nor indeed will I take as much as was pledged, for I would see the children and the wizard to safety, whether or not you asked it of me. And I will not let you march off into death with a clear conscience. You owe me more gold when we reach Northwood, and not before. Be sure you are there. Be sure you are there to pay me when the time comes. Only a guide, indeed, said Jordell with a smile. Very well, then. I return your generosity with a promise. If by any action I can ensure our safe return, I will do so. And one more thing. He drew Albern aside, near the mouth of the caves, and they whispered for a moment. Lauren strained her ears, but she could not hear the words. They spoke only a moment, and then Jordell turned to her. Come now, Lauren. Let us set out, for the sooner we return, the sooner we may leave this place as you wish. And do not leave your black cloak behind, for this is a time when we shall need the Nightblade.
Done chapter. Hey, Casey! Greetings, traveler.
Down on her head, it jiggled uncomfortably. "Put up the hood of your cloak to cover your hair," said Jordell. "Anyone among the guards would likely... Among the guards... The gu...
Hey, what's up, Tasmacon? Greetings! Welcome to our audiobook editing / book giveaway stream. Yeah, well, this is how I make them.
Anyone among the guards would likely have cut theirs short. When they had finished, Lauren hardly recognized the mystic, or, looking down, herself. "I feel I could walk straight up to Damaris and greet..." Within, at last, there was some light, the very faint glow of a torch. But after the darkness of the passage, it seemed as bright, swung away on the same silent hinges as the stone door through which they had entered. Chapter 23. While Lauren fetched her black cloak, Jordell shed his brown one and placed it, folded, within his saddlebags. They slipped out of the cave and into the rain, running first to the base of the castle's wall before creeping along it as she had done with Albern before. When they reached the southwestern corner, Jordell stopped for a moment and turned to her. "I told you this place was built by mystics," he said, "and our strongholds have always been built with a back entrance. We know the value of information, and a messenger sent out in the night may break a siege when the army inside cannot." "You know a way in, then?" said Lauren. "Mayhap, but only if they have not barred the door. I hope they have not, and that they do not even know of the army inside cannot. You know a way in, then? Said Lauren. Mayhap, but only if they have not barred the door. I hope they have not, and that... And... In, then?
Better.
Said Lauren. Perhaps. Lauren.
Yeah, here you go. Admittedly, this is a bit slower than normal because it's a very, very large audio recording session, so it's my computer's hitching up a bit.
You know a way in, then? Said Lauren. Mayhap, but only if they have not barred the door. But only if they have not barred the...
There you are.
Only if they have not barred the door. I hope they have not, and that they do not even know of the entrance I speak of.
There we go. It varies slightly book to book, but it's usually about 20 hours to record, 40 hours to edit, and then 20 hours to do a final quality control pass, which is what I'm doing now. Darkfire, the book I'm working on this moment, is going to be longer than 20 hours. Various things happened with it, but yeah.
Mayhap, but only if they have
But I am getting close to the end now.
not barred the door. I hope they have not, and that they do not even know of the entrance I speak of. So saying, he took her around to the northern side of the stronghold. The great stone shelf narrowed on that side to only a few paces across, and Lauren looked at the cliff's edge with some apprehension. She could see the value in such a design, even if
Very good headphones played at a very loud volume.
an attacking army were to send some of its soldiers around the sides, they could be easily shoved into the abyss by defenders with stones, or perhaps long polearms. Any ladders they raised could be cast off, flinging attackers to the valley floor. But she could see nothing of the door Jordell had spoken of, only the same stony surface as the rest of the walls, well laid with more as the rest of the walls. Of the wall. The wall. Wall. The wall. The wall.
And then so you get these jagged little spikes like this. And that is a click in my voice.
This as the rest of the walls.
You hear the click, and then you zoom in and sort of... Yeah, there you go. Casey, it definitely takes some getting used to, but I did this for 4 years at a sound studio when I was a teenager. Well, starting when I was 17, so from 17 to 21.
Of the walls, well laid with mortar.
I guess I was 16. No, 17.
Walls, well laid with mortar. Yet Jordell walked with clear purpose until he had come to the center of the northern wall. There he paused for a moment, feeling around with his fingers. "What are you looking for?" whispered Lauren. "There will be a catch," said Jordell. "It should be... here." His fingers slipped into a crack Lauren had not seen, and he pulled on something. She heard a sharp click, and the stones began to shift. They swung in on great iron hinges, though Lauren heard almost no sound. The small scrape of stone grinding on stone was muffled by the rain that pelted them. As soon as pelted them, pelted them. As soon as the gap was wide enough to enter, Jordell slipped in and waited for Lauren to follow him. Once inside, they pushed follow him. Once inside, they pushed the door shut again and found themselves in utter blackness. Though she could feel Jordell's breath on her face, she could not see him. "I wish I'd brought a torch," he quipped. "Come, we shall have to feel our way. Place your hand upon my shoulder." She did as he said, and slowly he led her forwards with one hand on the wall. They did not go very far before he stopped abruptly. Lauren reached past him to feel a wooden surface blocking their way. "A door?" she whispered. "More likely a shelf. Be quiet a moment." She felt him lean forwards, and she pushed past him to do the same. Together they pressed their ears to the wood, straining to hear any sound. But after several moments, Lauren had heard nothing. "It seems the cells are unoccupied," said Jordell. "That is good. Come, help me move this." Together they pushed, and the shelf swung away on the same silent hinges as the stone door through which they had entered. Within, at last, there was some light, the very faint glow of a torch, but after the darkness of the passage it seemed as bright as the sun. Lauren saw a hallway lined with stone cells stretching away from them, each barred by an iron door. The shelf they had moved the sun. Lauren saw a hallway lined with stone cells stretching away from them, each barred by an iron door. The shelf they had moved stood at the end of the passage. There was no one in sight. The door at the hallway's other end had a torch set into the wall just beside it. "They have set a torch," she observed. "That means they must come here every so often." "Just so. We would do well to leave before anyone sees us." First they pushed the shelf back against the wall, sealing the passageway entrance. Then Jordell led her at a quick, crouching run to the front of the hallway. Again they pressed their ears to the wood, and again they heard only silence. Again they pressed their ears to the wood, and again they heard only silence.
Yeah, it gets easier with practice.
"Beyond we shall find a passageway," said Jordell. "To the right there will be a barracks, which we should avoid at all costs. But to the left there will be a guard room, empty except at the changing of the watch. Follow me there, as quietly as ever you can." He swung the door open, and its hinges screamed as they turned. But there was nothing for it unless they wanted to go back, so they darted through and down the hallway, closing the door behind them with another terrible squeak from the hinges. Only a few paces down, they found the door Jordell had mentioned and slipped inside. The room was empty, and they halted on the other side, breathing hard as they listened. There was only silence. "A stroke of luck," said Jordell. "It seems your fortune is not entirely ill." "If my fortune were any good, I would not be in this place at all," said Lauren. "Do not be so quick to judge your fate. Look." At the back of the room was a hearth with a low fire burning, but beside it sat many chests of drawers. Jordell opened them, and inside they found clothes of gray and dark blue, as well as shirts of chain and helmets. The helmets had slits for the eyes, and another slit down the had slits for the helmets had slits.
Yeah, it's not something I recommend authors spend time on. Just like it's fantastic if an author is also a great visual artist, right? Like they can do their own covers, they can do their own art of their characters. If you can already do that, wow, amazing. You're so fortunate, you're so lucky. but I'm not going to learn how to draw just so I can hopefully do my own covers one day and hopefully do art of my own characters. It's great if you already have it, but it's not worth taking time away from your writing to learn it. However, this skill I already have.
The helmets had slits for the eyes and another slit down the front for the mouth, but other than that they covered the face entirely. There were also swords, very plain, and belts to hold them. "Uniforms for the guards, no doubt," said Jordell. "A great stroke of fortune. Come, dress quickly." He threw the clothes on over his own, along with the dirty gray cloak.
Actually, I do think people need to learn graphic design, because at least you need to learn theory. You don't need to learn practice, but you need to learn theory. Because graphic design is way more important when it comes to your book covers. Like, it's incredibly important. And it's a theory that's not that hard to learn. Like, learning graphic design is different than learning to be a graphic designer. Like, you need to learn the theory and some of the basic rules as opposed to the techniques and the tools. You don't need to learn Photoshop to learn graphic design. You need to learn Photoshop to be a graphic designer. Does that make sense? Because you need to be able to tell if the graphic design that you hire someone else to do for your book cover is good or not. Otherwise, you're going to suffer really, really badly.
He threw the clothes on over his own, along with the dirty gray cloak, and traded his own broadsword for one of the blades in the chest. The gray cloak, and traded his own broadsword for one of the blades in the chest. The blades.
Spiky.
For one of the blades in the chest. Lauren, too, put the uniform on over her clothes. They stank of sweat and grease and ale, but she had smelled far worse. Sweat and grease and grease and grease and grease and...
Well, I mean, define fair, you know.
Of sweat and grease and ale.
Hey, Erica, that's fantastic. Yeah, exactly, Dread. It's like most people who quote unquote know that stuff. I mean, first of all, it's like anybody can learn it. And second of all, it's not their fault. Like, I don't know.
Grease and ale, but she had smelled far worse. The helmets were another matter.
I feel like it's not exactly helpful to say it's fair or not, because it's like, it's not fair that some people are born with like certain types of illness or it's not fair that some babies are born with certain types of illness that are gonna like make their life more difficult, but there's nothing you can do about that, and there's nothing really that you can do. There are certain problems that you can do something about, you know what I mean? Income inequality is not fair, and you can do something about it. We as a society can do something about it. Certain things are quote unquote not fair, but fair is a human construct of value. And so I really think that it should be applied to things that are human constructed and something can be done about them.
Ale, but she had smelled far worse. The helmets were enough.
Certain things are fair. They can be fair. Fairness can exist. It can be constructed and And social orders can be put together that are fair, and that should be done. Inherent traits that somebody is born with, fairness doesn't apply. That's just how things are.
Ale, but she had smelled far worse. The helmets were another matter. The stench of others' breath had permeated them, and no matter how many she tried on, they all contained the reek. Most were also too small, and when she finally found one that would go down on her head, it jiggled uncomfortably. "Put up the hood of your cloak to cover your hair," said Jordell. "Anyone among the guards would likely have cut theirs short." When they had finished, Lauren hardly recognized the mystic, or, looking down, herself. "I feel I could walk straight up to Damaris and greet her, and she would never look twice at me." "Mayhap you are right, but let us not chance it," said Jordell. She could barely see his smile through the slit in his helmet. "Come, let us see what may be seen. Whoever come, let it..."
Ooh, damn, Erica. Lucky you. Holy shit.
Helmet. "Come, let us see what may be seen. Whoever commands this stronghold will be in the main hall, the doors of which are often open. That is where we shall go first." That is where... and open. That is where we shall go first. They returned to the hallway. They returned.
Such click, many mouth smack. I really need to make sure that I record always with tea and apples in the future.
They returned to the hallway. There was no one about. Jordell turned right, leading her past the doors to the cells where they had come in. Next, they passed the barracks he had mentioned. Thankfully, the door was closed, though Lauren could hear voices on the other side. The hallway turned left soon after, and they rounded the corner with it. Lauren almost froze. Coming down the hallway towards them were two guards dressed in the same clothes as themselves, though their helmets were off and held under their arms. They did not speak or laugh with each other, and their eyes went immediately to Jordell and Lauren. She barely managed to maintain her composure and keep walking by his side. After a moment, the other guard's eyes left them and grew bored.
Hello, ugly.
And then grew. And grew bored.
Freedom! Hey, what's up, Valkyrie?
After a moment, the other guard's eyes left them and grew bored, and they passed without comment. Once they had turned the corner, Lauren let out a long breath. "That went well," murmured Jordell, "and tells us something valuable. Do you know what it is?" Lauren thought hard. The guards could not have seen their faces, but surely had seen their eyes, and anyone could recognize a friend, or even a comrade, by eyes alone. "The guards do not know each other well," said Lauren, "so either there are a great many of them here, or else none have been here very long." "Yet you see how threadbare the clothes are, and how tarnished the blades," said Jordell. "So it is the former. There are many soldiers here, enough for it to be no great surprise to see another guardsman you do not recognize at once. New guards likely arrive often, coming in caravans like the one Damaris led here. But come, here is the main hall." A great threshold lay ahead and to the right, with its wide wooden doors thrown open. Lauren tried to walk as Jordell did, in a sort of half-march while resting her left hand upon the hilt of her sword. As they passed the doorway, she turned her
Amen, Dread.
of her sword. As they passed the doorway, she turned her head to the right, as though idly curious. In the moment it took right, as though idly curious. In the moment, idly.
Haha! Hello, ugly.
Right, as though idly curious. In the moment it took them to cross the door, she took in the room beyond. The great hall was many paces long, with large stone pillars that rose into arches to support the ceiling. The floor was all of white stone, though it had grown dirty, and Lauren could see rubbish in the corners. High above, near the ceiling, many rafters of thick wood crisscrossed the space. The largest stretched all the way across the room, to small windows that let in blue moon's light to battle the orange glow of the torches set along the walls. At the other end of is set along the walls. Is set along the wall along torches set along the walls.
Check out that image I just dropped in chat, Dread. What you said reminded me of it very strongly.
Light to battle the orange glow of the torches set along the walls. At the other end of the hall sat a large wooden chair upon a dais, almost a throne, though not quite grandiose enough to earn the name. Upon that chair sat a huge brute of a man, bare arms thickly muscled and covered with designs inked into the skin, leaning one elbow on the chair's arm while his chin rested in his palm. His black hair hung thin and long. In his palm. His black hair hung thin and long, ratty and filthy, and on his chin was a thick scrub of beard. He wore a dark breastplate over a leather tunic with no sleeves. Plates covered his legs as well, which ended in great steel boots that had small spikes worked into the toes. About the room, in positions of rest, stood several guards, covered head to toe in metal, with great long swords hanging from their hips. Before the dais knelt a page dressed in green. A man of the family Yaren, Lauren thought, whose head was bowed and who spoke words she could not hear. But more than to the man on the chair, she could not hear. But more than to the man on the chair, Lauren's eyes were drawn to the symbol displayed over his head, a great design worked in black metal and gold, affixed to the wall behind him at the back of the room. The black was woven into sharp, twisting shapes that wrapped about each other in an endless knot, jutting out in all directions with sharp points. She did not recognize it, but still it seemed somehow familiar. With a start, she realized it resembled the markings on her dagger, and her hand fell to its hilt beneath her gray cloak. She could feel Jordell seize up beside her as they passed the door, though she could not be certain why. Mayhap he had recognized the man on the chair, or mayhap the symbol meant something to him. Once they were out of sight of the main hall, she whispered, "Who was that? What did you see?" "Speak later," said Jordell. "We should not be seen muttering to each other." The hallway stretched a long way farther on before turning left again, continuing a circuit that would lead them around the walls of the stronghold and back to where they had started. Jordell passed every door, peering in casually whenever one stood open. They saw another barracks, and once they passed a door just as a guard came through it. Beyond was another room full of cells, just like the one they had entered. At last, when they had neared the southeast corner of had entered. At last, when they had neared the southeast corner of the fortress and the end of the hallway, they saw a room with many tables laid out, and a cooking pot resting on sticks above a fire. A handful of people sat at the tables eating, fortress soldiers in gray and blue, alongside Yaren guards in green. Here Jordell paused and turned to her. "We shall go in here for just a moment. Do not remove your helmet for any reason, nor speak. If anyone asks, I shall answer them. We cannot risk the Yaren men recognizing you, but they will not know my face, for I have had few dealings with them." Lauren almost answered him. Dealings with them. Lauren almost answered him, but instead nodded mutely. Jordell smiled. "Well done. Come." He walked in, bold as daylight, going to a table very near the cooking fire and removing his helmet as he sat. 2 stronghold guards sat there, a thick woman with hair so dark it was almost black, and a thin, ratty man with one of his front teeth missing. They barely looked up as Jordell sat across from them. "Oh," said Jordell, nodding. He scooped up a half-eaten bowl of stew, abandoned by some other guard, and dug in with his fingers. The ratty man eyed him for a moment at that, but soon returned his gaze to his own food. Lauren studied them, trying to see if she could learn anything from their actions. They seemed almost determined not to notice anyone or anything around them, hardly raising their eyes from the table. She looked past them to the Yaren guards a few tables over. Their eyes roamed more freely, but in them Lauren could see distrust and annoyance. They did not want to be here, and most likely saw these guards as beneath them. The thick woman looked at Lauren after a moment and raised her chin. "Do you mean to eat or sit sweating in that helmet all night, girl?" "A new recruit," said Jordell. "She said she lost her appetite." New and green, that is plain to see, said the ratty man, and I do not just mean her eyes. Speaking of green, Jordell said, tossing his head towards the Yeren guards. What about these ones, eh? They have a lordly bearing, that is certain. The thick woman grunted. That is what happens when you work for lords and ladies. The high ones on the king's seat, anyhow. Not like the lord. The lord. Lauren heard in their voices the same reverence and fear she had heard from the satyrs. It must be the man sitting on the great chair in the main hall. But who was he? You mean that pretty one, eh? Said Jordell. I have not heard what she is doing round here. What do you know? They both stopped eating and looked up at him. You know no one has spoken of her purpose here, nor will they. Jordell looked conspiratorially over his shoulder and leaned forwards, fingertips pressed to the table. Of course, but some whispers always seep through the cracks. The thick woman stood abruptly, the ratty man rising to join her a moment later. Both scowled down at Jordell as though he had given some great offense. It seems you are as green as the girl you sit with, said the woman. Still your whispering tongue, newcomer, or you might find it cut out. They left the common room without another word. Lauren moved to leave the table, but Jordell placed a hand on her arm. Stay for a moment while I eat, he muttered. We must not seem nervous, now more than ever. So she forced herself to sit still, though every part of her wanted to flee the room and the stronghold both, vanishing into the mountains as Albern had advised. But after a moment, another man came to sit with them. This one was broad as Jordell and Mayup a bit taller. His long, sandy hair hung freely to his shoulders, and while his eyes were dark, they glittered nonetheless. An easy smile rested at the corner of his mouth, and Lauren thought she might find it there often. Do not mind those two, he said to them. They are not half the old salts they want to appear, just experienced enough to want to make others feel less so. I know the sort, said Jordell, but have no fear. It takes more than 2 ratty guards to put the fright in me. That is good to hear, said the newcomer. Courage will matter more than petty politics if a fight comes. Is one coming, then? Said Jordell. That would be more entertaining than walking a wall all day. Entertaining than walking a wall, walking.
Ooh, ugly.
Entertaining than walking a wall. All day, said Jordell. That would be more entertaining than walking a wall all day. You and I like different kinds of excitement, it seems, said the man, eyes twinkling as he surveyed Jordell's face. Then he leaned in closer, dropping his voice. But mayhap we shall both have our wish. These green cloaks bring cargo for the Lord, weapons or some such. I have heard the Lord wants them badly, but you would never know it. The Yeren woman has been waiting for his audience since she arrived. But her wait is nearly over, for she will be received soon. I brought the message to her room myself. His talk of weapons held meaning for Lauren. Damaris was here to bring mage stones. The merchant must have retrieved more, for Lauren had destroyed most of her stores before fleeing the city of Cabris. But Yaren's reach was long, and doubtless they had many more of the precious gems stored about the precious gems. Doubtless they had many more of the precious gems stored about the 9 lands. Lauren did not want to think what this stronghold, peopled by mysterious soldiers and ruled by an unknown lord, would need with so many wagons full of the things. It seemed Jordell was right, and that the battle in Wellmont had been only the first step in some much greater plot. She thought she understood now. These soldiers must be from Dorsey. With their army invading from the south, they were amassing a secret strength in the Great Rocks to attack Selvin from the west. They had to do something about it, though Lauren did not have the faintest idea what. She supposed they could warn Selvin's king, but that road was one she could hardly imagine, even if she were not riding with an outcast mystic and a wizard ravaged by mage-stones. If Jordell guessed at her thoughts, he gave no sign. He only nodded mutely and dug the last of his stew from the bowl with his fingers. After licking them clean slowly, he stood and slowly.
SL's bane of my existence.
Slowly. Them clean slowly, he stood and adjusted his belt. It is nice to know there is at least one friendly face in these walls. Well met, friend, and may we sup again another time. Lauren realized she was still sitting and leaped quickly to her feet. She mumbled something under her helmet, but their friend never noticed, holding his eyes on Jordell. Well met indeed. Try not to drown in all this rain. Jordell gave a light laugh and walked out, Lauren hurrying after him.
Hey. Chapter 23 done. Okay, time for me to take a break. I'm going to be off for about 10 minutes, and then I'll be back to continue my QC. Reminder, we're doing a book giveaway for subscribers. Every 5 subscribers, I'm giving away a hardcover copy of the Nightblade Epic Volume 1. And if you live in America, I'll even sign it. So if you are able to subscribe, go ahead and do that. And if you're on Amazon, if you have Amazon Prime, you can automatically subscribe for free, and it just comes out of your Prime payment, and you don't pay anything more. And Twitch and Amazon kick me a little bit of money, so that would be very cool of you. But if you can't, that's totally fine as well. I completely understand. I will be back in just a few. Hey, we're back.
Jordell went to one of the room's cabinets and searched through its drawers. From the bottom one, he pulled a length of rope. With this, the rear of the hall is joined to the keep. I mean to attend her meeting with the master of this stronghold. Lauren, what Damaris is doing here. And more than that, we must learn how... Then that means the other too has returned. I have not returned. I have not... I spoke with Zane. Chapter 24. Jordell led her away from the mess hall and through the stronghold's corridors back the way they had come. At first, Lauren thought he must be bringing them to the exit, but he strode right past it and back to the guard room. Thankfully, it was still empty, and he threw the bolt behind them after they closed the door. "Did I guess right from his words?" said Lauren. "Did Damaris come all this way to bring her mage stones to this stronghold?" "That would be... to this stronghold? Strong...
Erica, that answer is going to be different for everyone. I have gone in and out of KU many times. Every single... I do it every... maybe once a year, just to test it. Every time it's turned out bad. I have not in any way made up the sales on other platforms that the income that I get on other platforms from KU reads. So, but other authors do. Depends on circumstance, time, marketing strategy, all sorts of stuff.
Bring her mage stones to this stronghold? To this stronghold? That would be my guess, said Jordell. And it explains why she should come on such a roundabout path. If she were to ride straight for Northwood, she would surely have caught the attention of the King's Law. We must warn Selvin, I suppose, said Lauren. her mind turning to how they could possibly cross the whole kingdom. I suppose, said Lauren, her mind turning to... said Lauren. Said Lauren. Lauren. Lauren.
Ugly. Ugly clicks. Excuse me. Ugly clicking fills my mouth.
Elvin, I suppose, said Lauren, her mind turning to how they could possibly cross the whole kingdom, with the mystics and constables both at their heels. No, we can send no word of this yet, said Jordell, as if distracted. Not until we have tended to more pressing matters. What could be more urgent? These are Dortian men, intent on invading Selvin. Jordell shook his head. I wish that were so, but it is not. These are no men of Dorsey, nor any of the 9 lands, I fear. They are something far darker, far more terrible. When first I saw this stronghold, I thought I might find them within, though I held to a faint hope that it would not be so. Who are they, then? Jordell shook his head and paced the room. From within his helmet, his keen blue eyes pierced hers of green. You remember that in Wellmont I spoke with Zane? I told him much that I have told few other souls, much more than it seems I should have. I am not eager to repeat that mistake again, yet I must trust you with some of it. I have shown you time and again that I am worthy of such trust, said Lauren. So you have. He hesitated a moment before nodding. So you have. Then know this. The men in this stronghold are Shades, a name that for centuries was nothing more than a frightened whisper in the dark. Yet some among the mystics remember them, and I recognize the symbol they have hung above the throne in the main hall. And yet I have never heard of them, said Lauren. Are they a type of wizard, then? No, nothing so simple, said Jordell. In truth, they are like the mystics. Some of their number are among the mighty of the 9 lands, while some are simple soldiers, like me. You have never been a simple soldier, said Lauren. But if these Shades are like the mystics, why are they so feared? I thought the mystics obeyed the will of the High King. So we do, but they are like us only in formation. Where we are light, they are the darkness. Where we are red, they are the ghostly gray of death. They serve a master far more terrible than any wizard king you have heard of in tales. Or they served her, I should say, for they have not been seen in many hundreds of years. Do you mean the man in the main hall? Said Lauren. Is he the lord the satyrs spoke of?
Excellent, Erica. And if you do decide to go wide, remember that you can use the same ISBN for Kindle and ebook. ISBNs apply to format. So hardcover has one ISBN, paperback has one ISBN, but digital copy can use the same ISBN. So your Kindle version and your EPUB version can and should have the same ISBN, because then that ISBN will reflect all sales as going to one book, even if it's on different platforms.
No, I very much doubt that. Their master would not be seated so clearly in view, and yet in such a mean place as this. The master's place is atop the gilded throne of a kingdom torn to rubble, or else in the shadows of a land about to fall. Despite the darkness of his words, Lauren thought she could see a sense of excitement growing within him, an itching impatience that made his fingers twitch and his feet stamp. He resumed his pacing, a growing light in his eyes. But if she is back, or he, I might say, for it could be, then that means the other, too, has returned. I have not been misled. After all this time, I can tell my masters with certainty. And yet no, not yet. Some other purpose may have brought the Shades here. We must learn more. He was talking to himself now, and though Lauren understood the words, their deeper meaning eluded her. She gripped his arms and turned him towards her. Jordell, what master do they serve if no one has seen her in centuries? And how can she still live?
That's a tough one, Erica. I would say that you should, as you get the ISBNs, if you get 100 ISBNs, if you still can, you should assign them to your ebooks.
You speak of her as if she were elven-kind. Jordell shook his head. No, nothing like that. Then we would certainly be doomed. Now there is still hope, but we must learn what Damaris is doing here. And more than that, we must learn how much she knows of the Shades. They must be powerful, more powerful than I could have dreaded if they have kept her waiting so long since her arrival. Seeing how the man in the main hall comports himself around Damaris will be as valuable as hearing the words they speak. I still do not understand. You have explained nothing. I've told you all I know for certain, said Jordell. They are Shades, and they once served a Dark Master who means to do no good to any within the Nine Lands. I do not know if they serve her still, or how great her might may have grown. This could be some forgotten remnant of their number, hiding in the caves of the Great Rocks for centuries, who have only recently emerged to take this stronghold. Yet I do not think so. It is far more important to learn what Yeren is doing here, and what Damaris hopes to gain from associating with such dark partners in trade. And just how do you mean to do that? Jordell smiled. The answer is simple, though you will not like it. I mean to attend her meeting with the master of this stronghold. Lauren felt her stomach clench. The thought of being in that long hall at the same time as Damaris made her ill. But she steeled herself. This, after all, stomach. But ill. But she steeled herself. This, after all, was the sort of life the Nightblade should expect. You mean to be one of the guards in attendance, then? At least we are dressed for the part. I do not think so, said Jordell. Who knows if the master of the stronghold will even allow guards to attend? And if he does, we should not test our guises so stringently as that. For no quartermaster would be as easily fooled as the soldiers on patrol have been. How, then? Said Lauren. I can keep from being seen in my black cloak most of the time, but I cannot become invisible. Nor can you, unless you have some magic you have not shown me before. No, I think we require a more ordinary sort of trickery here. Did you see the roof of the Great Hall when we passed by? Lauren cast her mind back. She remembered great wooden rafters stretching above, and set high in either wall large windows that stood open to the rainy sky, giving the whole place a gloomy chill. You mean to sneak in through the windows? But how can we get there? Jordell went to one of the room's cabinets and searched through its drawers. From the bottom one he pulled a length of rope. With this, the rear of the hall is joined to the keep, which rises to the pinnacle of the stronghold, a final refuge against any invading force, from which the commander and his chosen guard can hold off an army. The top of the tower reaches some 10 paces above the roof of the hall. You should be able to climb down to it easily enough. She balked at his words. I should. You speak as if you will not come with me. Who will lower you down? And if some other guard should happen by, who will turn their eyes from the rope tied to the battlements? It must be you, Lauren, but I have great faith in you, and I know you shall not fail me. Lauren wished she had his faith, but she had little choice other than to obey, and indeed, she much preferred the idea of perching in the rafters above the hall to the thought of standing in attendance while Damaris was there. Very well. What must I do? Only listen, said Jordell. Keep yourself from being seen. That should be easy, for it is a dark day and the rafters are shadowed. Remember everything that is said, even if you do not understand it, and then return to me when they are done. You must recall every detail, no matter how slight. The manner in which a word is said can be just as important as the word itself. I understand, said Lauren. Let us go, then, before I lose my nerve. Said Lauren. Let us go, then, before I lose my nerve. Jordell placed a hand on her shoulder and gave her a smile. I admit to knowing little of you, Lauren of the family Nelda, less than I should, at any rate, but I know, at least, that you have no shortage of courage. Come. First, Lauren ran to the drawer where she had hidden her black cloak. She folded it tightly and held it beneath her arm. Then
Lip smacky. Lip smacky badness.
held it beneath her arm. Then Jordell tucked the rope beneath the folds of his cloak, and he led her from the guardroom into the torch-lit halls of the stronghold.
Oh god, I think the next chapter is a long one. Nope. Not what I intended. Another chapter, another hour. Oh, Lord. Looking at like 9 more hours on this fucking book. That's all right.
Where Damaris was a serpent with 2 faces, Gregor was a battering ram. Damaris, standing alone in the center of the hall, some 5 paces from the throne at the end. From so far up near the ceiling, Her feet found the sill, but she was still leaning too far backwards. All would be lost. Through the dim haze, Lauren thought she could. Through the dim haze, Still, she nearly went over, but she managed to hang on with one arm.
Nani? It's Lauren.
To hang on with. Managed to hang on with one.
Greetings, Lauren. How's it going today?
Plummeted, and without thinking, she seized the rope again. Oh, meeting the stronghold's commander.
Oh, I hate it when it gets this slow and laggy.
Its commander, the Brute, as the guard had called. My service that I would not force you to fight nor to harm. Leave this sopping roof and go get yourselves warm by a fire. I'm newly arrived. Apologies, I'm newly arrived. Very small, hardly more than a hair's breadth, but what? Hall, behind the dais they had seen. Before sliding back to Jordell. Seemed like 20 paces, but they did not make for the hold's other wall. From the gloom appeared the great hall, forming another ring around the caravan. Though more Yeren men stood in rings around. Battle. But there was no battle, and the guards they passed in the halls gave foes to battle. But there was. The stronghold had seemed dark enough before. Now it appeared even more.
All right. Here we go.
Chapter 25. The stronghold had seemed dark enough before. Now it appeared even more gloomy, and Lauren thought she could imagine a cloaked figure hiding in every shadow. Her heart thundered at her within her chest, like a great war drum beating hard in alarm. Fire, foes, to battle. But there was no battle, and the guards they passed in the halls gave them no more scrutiny than before.
Ugly mouth.
than before. Jordell took a different way this time, left and around the corner, and soon to a staircase leading up. This took them to a small room with a fire set in one wall and 2 guards in chairs, huddled near the warmth of the flames. The guards barely looked up as Jordell proceeded swiftly to the door. "Close that Close that behind you," said one of the guards. "The latch sticks." The sudden sound of his voice almost made Lauren jump in fright, but she maintained enough control to nod hastily instead. When Jordell opened the door, she understood the words better. They found themselves outside, within the courtyard of the stronghold, and the wind had turned bitter. She glanced around to get her bearings, trying to be inconspicuous. They had emerged from one of the gate towers and They had emerged from one of the gate towers in the stronghold's northern wall. Beside them was a great corral, and many horses stood inside it, pressing close to each other for warmth against the rain. The weather seemed even harsher than it had when they first arrived. Lauren could not see more than 5 paces in any direction, but she could see that the eastern gate was now closed, and dim shapes in the gloom seemed to be the Yeren caravan, arranged in rows in the courtyard. The drivers were smaller lumps atop the wagons, pulling their cloaks tight and shivering in the downpour. Lauren knew those wagons contained mage stones. Those drivers would not be allowed to leave their posts for any reason, even if fire should rain from the sky. Though more Yeren men stood in rings around their wagons, they were not the only ones present. Lauren saw many stronghold guards there as well, forming another ring around the caravan. But these guards were not present to keep anyone from straying too close to the wagons, she realized. They were there to keep the Yeren guards from wandering too far away. The 2 groups faced each other in the downpour, both sides glaring, both trying not to show their discomfort in the cold and the wet. Jordell pressed on quickly, turning left and leading her to the stronghold's other wall. From the gloom appeared the great hall, and above it, the keep. Tall and imposing, the walls of the keep were like a mountain all on their own, and though the real mountain stretched high above the structure, still Lauren thought the keep was the more impressive sight. It was round, not square like most of the other towers, and it stretched into the sky for what seemed like 20 paces. But they did not make for the keep, and drawing closer, Lauren could see there was no door to enter it from the courtyard. Instead they made for a building built into the southeastern end of the courtyard, to a door just like the one in the gate tower. Inside was a room filled with arms, swords and spears and bows all lining the walls. "The armory," said Jordell. "I would never have guessed," said Lauren. If Jordell said,
"Lauren, there ain't no reason for you to be a snarky little shit."
said Lauren. If Jordell knew it was a jest, he did not smile. Another sharp turn and another door placed them in a corridor again, much like the one they had found when they first entered the stronghold, and Lauren realized that they stood now within the southern wall. At the end of the hallway stood a great door that took up nearly the whole wall. It was made from iron and looked to be very thick. Jordell went to it and knocked, and after a moment a hatch slid open. On the other side, 2 beady eyes squinted at them. "What is it?" said the woman. "Orders from above," said Jordell, sounding weary. "It seems there is a leak in the roof. We have been sent to look at it." The eyes squinted more tightly, and her gaze went to Lauren before sliding back to Jordell. "I have seen no leak." Lauren blanched, but Jordell
have seen no leak.
Lauren blanched, but Jordell barely reacted at all. He only shrugged and tossed his head behind him. Nor have I, but then I have yet to enter the keep. I only know what I was told. I was a mason once, and so they have sent me to see if there is aught I can do.
Who sent you?
Said the guard.
If there was a leak, I should have heard of it.
We are newly arrived, said Jordell. I do not know his name, only that his rank was higher than mine, and most likely yours. Captain, I think? Through the viewing hatch, her squinted eyes finally widened.
A captain? Well, you had best come in then.
The view hatch slid shut with a rusty shriek, and then Lauren heard a thump as a bar was moved on the other side. The door slid inward, grating on the stone floor and filling the corridor with its scream. Jordell stepped in as soon as the gap widened enough, and Lauren was quick to follow. She found herself in a room that seemed small, but when she took a second look she saw that it stretched quite far in every direction. But the ceiling was low enough to touch if she jumped, making it feel cramped. Fine weaponry lined the walls, finer than that in the armory. Above a fireplace, Above a fireplace hung 2 swords crossed over a shield. Well-made spears stood in rows, and there were bows on display that put even Albern's fine crafts to shame. A great tapestry hung on the back wall, bordered in red and worked through with threads of gold and silver. In it, Lauren saw a tall figure in black armor holding a silver sword high, though she was not close enough to see any more details. To their right was another iron door, much like the one through which they...
Much like... like... Hey, hey, yahoo, oh, oh.
Iron door, much like the one through which they had entered. If she had her bearings right, that door led into the stronghold's hall, behind the dais they had seen.
Take the stairs all the way up,
said the guard who had let them in. She was alone. Lauren saw a small table and a single chair nearby. Though they were modestly carved, there was obvious...
Jesus.
They were modestly carved.
Modestly carved. Yes, the chairs, they were quite modestly carved. But they were comfortable. I had them flown in from Glasgow.
Single chair nearby. Though they were modestly carved, there was obvious skill in their making. Thank you, said Jordell, though I certainly will not enjoy going out into that rain again.
Welcome to the Great Rocks,
said the guard with an ugly look.
I wish we had never left the forest.
Lauren's ears perked up sharply at that, but Jordell seemed not to... Lauren's ears...
The forest.
Lauren's ears perked up sharply at that, but Jordell seemed not to hear. I would know little of that, he said. Stay with... Seemed not to hear. I would know little of that, he said. I would know little of that, he said. Stay warm. Against the opposite wall there was a narrow stone staircase with no banister, and it vanished into the ceiling above them. They climbed it and found the ceiling above them. They to the ceiling above them. They climbed it and found themselves on another floor just like the first, except another floor just like the first. Like
Oh. Chewie's over there running in his sleep. It's adorable.
it's on another floor just like the first, except this one had no weapons or tapestries on the walls, only a great table in the middle, surrounded by many fine and cushioned chairs. A council room, then, from which the stronghold's commander could coordinate their defenses. The staircase ended, and Lauren saw another one on the opposite side of the room, again vanishing into the ceiling. "Why did they build it that way?" she said quietly. "Why not have only one staircase going all the way up?" "Anyone who breaks into the keep must cross each floor before they can keep climbing," said Jordell. "It gives the defenders many places to retreat. Attackers cannot push all the way up a single staircase in one great surge. They must fight to take each floor and conquer each staircase anew." Lauren nodded, imagining it. Soldiers fighting and dying for every pace of stone floor, blood pouring down the steps of each story. She shuddered and hoped she would never know a battle like that. Warriors killing each other just to own a few stone walls. The next floor up held provisions and rations. Great barrels lined one wall, likely filled with wine or ale, while everywhere there were great sacks holding flour and wheat and even some vegetables. A few had spilled out upon the floor, and Lauren wondered how often the place was inspected. The next floor held beds, and one side of the room was blocked by a curtain. The quarters of the lord of the stronghold, no doubt, in times of siege. No doubt. A final staircase led to a wooden hatch. Jordell pushed against it, but it did not budge. He thudded on it hard with his fist, and when no answer came, with the hilt of his sword. Finally they heard footsteps above, and a sharp sliding sound as a latch was thrown. The hatch rose, and immediately they were pelted by raindrops. Hastily they emerged into the rain atop the keep. 2 guards stood there already, both huddling beneath their cloaks and cowls, trying to stay dry in the lee of the ramparts. It was a fruitless attempt. It was a lee of the ramparts. It was a fruitless attempt. There was no place to hide from the downpour. "We have only just started our watch," said one of the guards, shouting to be heard in the rain. "I'm not here to replace you," said Jordell. "I've been sent to look for a leak." "There is no leak," said the guard. "Well, then my search will be fruitless, but I have orders, same as you." "Waste your time, then, if you wish. It is no trouble to me." The guard turned from them with a shrug and went back to huddle away from the wind, crouching against the wall at the edge of the roof. Jordell made a great show of his inspection. He went to the eastern side of the roof and crouched there, running his fingers along the seam between wall and floor. In a stooped walk he moved along, leaning down to look carefully at the joins between stone and mortar. He was so busy in... He was... and mortar. He was so busy, in fact, that even Lauren began to wonder if he actually had some skill in masonry. If not, he was certainly convincing enough. He was so animated in...
Come on.
enough. He was so animated in his inspection that soon the guards began to watch him curiously. When he had come all the way around to the northern side, Jordell straightened and shook his head. Lauren stepped closer, and the other guards craned their necks forwards to see. "See here," said Jordell, looking to the guards and pointing down. "A chink in the mortar. Very small, hardly more than a hair's breadth, but water needs less than that to find a way in. But water needs less than... needs less than... But water needs less than that to find a way in. This crack lets it run all the way through the walls and into the Lord's chambers." Lauren certainly did not expect the guards' reactions. Both of them recoiled, straightening where they stood and going white as sheets.
"The Lord has arrived?"
said one of them.
"I had heard nothing of this. When?"
Jordell raised his hands quickly, shaking his head to calm them. "Apologies. I'm newly arrived, and it is an affectation from my prior service. I was a footman to a minor scion in the royal family once. I meant the commander of the stronghold." The men sagged, like sealed sheep bladders with the air suddenly let out. "The brute, he means," said one of them, sounding greatly annoyed. "Never call him by that name again if you know what is good for you. If any of the higher-ups heard it..." Jordell ducked his head as though chagrined. "I will not do so again," he said. "My apologies. Please, let me do you... please... please, let me do you a... Please... please, let me do you a service to make up for frightening you. Leave this sopping roof and go get yourselves warm by a fire. Eat something, and let the chill seep from your bones." The guards traded glances. Lauren could read the eagerness in their eyes, but also their fear. "I have traveled with him for many a league," she said, jerking a thumb at Jordell. "Once he sets to his stonework, he will be at it for hours. Tell the woman downstairs we shall be here till sundown at least. Or, that is, what passes for sundown in this weather." She looked up at the sky, where the sun was not so much aglow as a part of the clouds that was slightly less dark than the rest. Still, the guards hesitated.
"No one has told us we are relieved."
"The captain sent him," said Lauren. "When we told her that below, she snapped right into line. Mention it if you must. Besides, what kind of watch can you be keeping? I can scarcely see my hand in front of my eyes." The guard who had opened the hatch for them gave a rueful laugh.
She speaks true enough. That is fair. We shall thank you for your kindness, then, and once more advise you. Never call another the Lord, not unless you mean who you say.
I will not, said Jordell, and thank you in return. The guards hurried through the hatch in the roof. Lauren closed it behind them, and then slid into place the wooden bar that held it shut. Quickly she threw off her guardsman's cloak, shivering for a moment in the chill, and donned her black one instead. Immediately the rain seemed to lessen. The thick, velvety cloth kept the water from soaking through, while also lessening the chill of the wind that pelted her. Compared to before, she felt almost warm. Meanwhile, Jordell unfurled the rope and tied it quickly around one of the ramparts on the northern side. He let the rest of the length drop down into the gray.
The hatch is sealed. You could still come with me.
When stealth is required, fewer bodies are harder to see, said Jordell. Besides, what if someone came and wanted to open the hatch? How would it look if neither of us answered?
How will it look if you answer and I am nowhere to be found?
I shall think up some excuse, or throw them into slumber a bit quicker than they might wish.
But not kill them,
Lauren said. Or throw them into slumber a bit quick. Slumber a bit quicker than they might wish.
But not kill them,
Lauren said, looking into his eyes. He met her gaze a long moment, blue eyes almost glowing in the faint light that managed to seep through the clouds. Not unless I have no other choice.
They are only soldiers, following orders.
I've told you they are shades, said Jordell. You cannot know the evil that drives them.
They have eaten with us. You have made jokes with them. They seem to represent no more. They have eaten. They've eaten. They have eaten with us. You have made jokes with them. They seem to represent no more evil than any other we have met by chance upon the road. No doubt some are here only for the coin. You know the Shade's dark history. Do these people who serve them know it?
Enough, Lauren, said Jordell firmly. I promised when I took you into my service that I would not force you to fight nor to harm another. I made no pledge for myself. But you know I will not do so if there is another way. If you thought so little of me, you would not be in my company now. But you are, and now we have work to do. Lauren's jaw clenched. But the mystic was right. Even now Damaris might be in the hall below, meeting the stronghold's commander. The brute, as the guard had called him. She went to the wall and pushed herself up, sitting on the edge of it. It was a great height, but she had spent half her life at the tops of trees, looking down at the ground far below. Gripping the rope, she slid. Gripping down at the ground far below. Gripping the rope, she slid from the rampart's edge. The rope swayed beneath her, and for a moment Lauren spun out of control, her left shoulder slamming into the stone wall. Her left shoulder slamming.
her left shoulder slamming into the stone wall. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold still, letting the sway of the rope bring her around. Once she stilled, she planted her feet on the stone and began to lower herself hand over hand. She whispered a quiet over hand. She whispered hand over hand. She whispered a quiet prayer of thanks for her years spent climbing and the strength that had given her arms. But a tree with branches was quite different from a rope made slick with rain. As she went farther and farther down, the rope grew ever wetter, soaking up the rain that had been unable to reach it beneath Jordel's cloak. Her hands slipped once, but she swiftly recovered, wrapping her whole body around the rope. But moving her feet from the wall made her swing again, and she thudded painfully into the stone. It was a moment before she could steady herself with her feet, and by the time she did, her hands had gripped the rope so tightly that her hand time she did, her hands had gripped the rope so tightly they were almost frozen. She leaned forward. Tightly they were almost frozen. She leaned forwards and breathed on them a few times, trying to imbue them with warmth, but it was fruitless against the biting chill. Her best hope was to descend as quickly as she could, while her fingers still felt anything at all. Faster now, she began to slide down. Faster. At all. Faster now, she began to slide down, but each time it was harder to grip the slick line. Finally, disaster struck. Lauren's boots slid out from under her, and she swung towards the wall. She struck it with a crash, and her fingers loosened against her will. Air screamed in her ears as she plummeted, and without thinking, she seized the rope again. It sliced through the skin of her palms like a knife, and she cried out with the pain of it. The roof flew up to meet her, and she slammed into it on her back. The impact knocked the breath from her and left her gasping, but she had no time to recover. The slope was slick with rainwater.
Ugh.
The slope was...
That slick slope.
The slope was slick. No time to recover. The slope was slick with rainwater, and she began to slide towards the roof.
Sliding on a slick slope.
And she began to slide towards the roof's edge. She scrabbled to...
Fucking Christ.
the roof's edge. She scrabbled to catch a hold, but the shingles slid beneath her bloodied palms. Sharp stabbings told her of splinters sinking into her flesh. Lauren rolled, flipping onto her back, and the thick cloak slowed her descent, but not nearly fast enough, for the edge still sped towards her. She planted the sword. sped towards her. She planted the soles of her boots, but that was a mistake. Her boots caught, but the speed made her flip up, so that for one brief second she stood before pitching forwards again towards the edge, now head first. She tried desperately to twist around again, but only managed to turn sideways before reaching the roof's edge. That saved her life. There was a tiny lip, no more than a few fingers high, and she struck it with her whole body. Still, she nearly went over, but she managed to hang on with one arm and one leg wrapped around the stone lip. Her cloak dangled into the empty air, weighing her down. She groaned hard as she managed to pull herself back up, flopping onto her back at the very edge, tucked against the lip. For a long moment she lay there, trying to still her hammering heart. Images flashed in her mind of her body spinning out into empty space to slam into the ground of the courtyard. Even if she survived the fall, she would be doomed. Surely the guards would see her, and then all would be lost. Through the dim haze, Lauren thought she could just glimpse the figure of Jordell peering at her over the edge of the keep's roof. She raised a limp hand and gave him a small wave. His face disappeared. That is enough rest, she decided. She still had work to do. She forced herself to get up, though in truth she wanted to lie there forever and never rise again. Kneeling at the roof's edge, she peeked cautiously over the side. In the wall beneath her was a window, easily large enough to slip through, but it was more than a pace down, and its sill was not wide. She would have to risk it. Much time had passed already, and who knew but that Damaris was already within the Great Hall, speaking with the Stronghold's commander. Lauren tried to still her shaking and bloodied hands, wrapping them around the stone lip at the edge with a grimace. Then she kicked off. Her body swung around and towards the window, striking the wall just above it. Now her feet were only a pace from the sill, but to reach it, she would have to drop. A terrifying thought came to her mind. Once I get down, how shall I get back up? At that, her nerves failed her, and she hung there for a long moment. She was too terrified to drop down and too exhausted to pull herself back up, and her arms had begun to ache. The choice was removed from her. The slick rainwater on the stone finally removed from her. The slick rainwater The choice was removed from her. The slick rainwater on the stone finally made her lose her grip, and she fell with a lurch in her stomach. Her feet found the sill, but she was still leaning too far backwards. She teetered, and for the second time pictured herself falling lifeless into the courtyard. But her hands acted when her mind could not, snatching the edge of the window, scrabbling at the stone. One of her nails ripped off in a chink between stone and mortar, but she found her grip. She pulled herself inside and out of the pouring rain. She was in the hall. Well, almost. A rafter sat only a pace ahead, at the perfect height for her to step forwards onto it. Almost she did so, but then she remembered her cloak. It was soaking wet. The last thing she wanted was for it to drip onto the floor as she hid in the rafters, for then they would surely find her. She reached up and untied the cloak from her throat, folded it quickly, and left it on the sill. Then she stepped onto the rafter, holding herself steady with one hand while sucking on her mangled finger to ease the pain. The ache in her palms had become a fire in the freezing air. At once, Lauren saw her. Damaris, standing alone in the center of the hall, some 5 paces from the throne at the end. From so far up near the ceiling, Damaris looked very small indeed, and certainly not the imposing figure that Lauren often imagined her to be. Just behind Damaris stood a large man, broad and muscled, though not quite so imposing as the Stronghold's commander that Lauren had seen earlier. The guard wore a breastplate and had a helmet under one arm, while his other hand rested on the hilt of a sword nearly as long as Lauren was tall. She knew him at once. Gregor, Damaris's personal bodyguard. Where Damaris was a serpent with two faces, Gregor was a battering ram. He had disliked Lauren from the first, and nearly killed her even before she stoked the merchant's ire. Many of her most fearful dreams were of finally falling into his clutches. The other Yeren guards were unknown to Lauren, but they stood close by their master and watched the room with wary eyes. As she studied Damaris, her mind drifted back to the road where they had met. To Lauren, the merchant had looked then as she did now, calm, serene, even kind, a worldly woman with a sharp eye and a quick tongue. It had not been hard for Lauren to imagine the two of them working together, and even becoming friends in time. She shook the thought away. She and Damaris would never be friends now. Not after Lauren had seen her order the deaths of so many. Not after Cabris, where she had ordered Lauren thrown into a cell with a viper. For all that Damaris seemed to be, Lauren had seen the merchant's true colors far too clearly to ever be fooled again. But then all such thoughts vanished, for there was a great groan at the head of the hall. Iron hinges wailed as a door opened, and from behind the dais emerged the commander, walking languidly to sit upon his chair.
Hey, chapter 25. Done. Oof. Boy, that was a long one. Okay. Time for a quick break. When I get back, I'm going to do a couple of quick session rearrangement things that are going to make my life a lot easier. But that'll be in 10 minutes. Back in a few. Hey, we're back. Still wake up, still see your ghost. Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. No. Alright, we're going to do a little bit of administration and session rearrangement to attempt to make things a little bit easier on ourselves. So what do we got? 6 through 30. 6 through 30. 31 through 35. So 3 more. So I'm watching Critical Role Campaign 1. It's become quite dramatic. Okay, so now we've cut our sessions into 5 chapters at a time, which reduces the amount of files that the program has to deal with at any given moment. And will make things, hopefully, run much faster.
Coin. Smuggling mage stones for generations had filled the Yeren coffers beyond accounting. Maris's. When finally he spoke, it was not an
Oh god, that's so much faster. Oh, holy shit. Thank the Lord!
One upon the road who I thought might one day serve him, but suddenly seemed fraught with danger. We took every precaution on. Lauren had thought he would sound stumbling, and yet Lauren had thought he would sound somewhat stupider than he did. Though his deep bass reverberated within Lauren's chest, his tongue had thought he would sound somewhat stupider than he did. Two guards filed in behind him, taking positions on either side of a bag of beard, and his hair hung limp and greasy to his shoulders. Chapter 26. Now Lauren had more time to study the man than she had had before. Her first glance had told her much. He was as thickly wrapped with muscle as anyone she had ever seen. His face was covered with a small shag of beard, and his hair hung limp and greasy to his shoulders. But now she could better see the designs etched in tattoos across all his skin, for they were plainly visible under his leather vest lined with black fur. He wore no weapon, but
Oh my god, it's so much better when your session isn't such a pain in the ass.
black fur. He wore no weapon, but one leaned against the arm of his chair, a great hammer, as long as Lauren was tall, and its head was as large as hers. Two guards as large as hers. Two guards filed in behind him, taking positions on either side of his dais. Both were muscle-bound warriors in their own right, but neither came close to the immense bulk of their master. The commander regarded Damaris coolly for a long, silent moment, and the merchant met his gaze unflinching. Lauren wondered what they were waiting for, until finally Damaris collected her fine silk skirts and knelt in a deep curtsy that landed one of her knees on the floor. "Hail, Commander Triskin, honored of the Lord, master of their forces here in Selvin," she said. "I, Damaris of the family Yeren, come before you, as was promised to your master." "My master and yours," said the man. Triskin, she had said his name was. His voice was deep and rumbling, and yet Lauren had thought he would sound somewhat stupider than he did. Though his deep bass reverberated within Lauren's chest, his tone and inflection reminded her of Zane or Jordell, whose tongues flowed easily with the graces one expected at court. "Of course," said Damaris, rising from her curtsy. Her deference was so complete, so absolute. Lauren had never heard her sound thus. Who was this man Triskin, and who was his master, that they could cow such a proud woman so easily? "I greet you, Damaris of the family Yeren," said Triskin, "and bid you welcome to my keep. You have no need of your guards here, and our further counsel will be conducted in their absence." Gregor stiffened behind Damaris, but she turned her head at once and nodded. He hesitated only a moment before turning away and striding towards the great hall's door, motioning the other guards to follow him with a flick of his wrist. Once they had gone, guards in the hall swung the doors shut behind them. Now it was only Damaris, Triskin, and the guards on either side of his dais. And me, of course, thought Lauren. Triskin drummed his fingers on the arm of his throne. His nails were long, longer than Lauren's at any rate, and they made a soft tap-tap upon the wood. "Your road here has been fraught with many dramatics, or so the Lord has told me." "Nothing more than I could deal with," said Damaris, annoyance slightly tinging her voice. "Often the more foolish dogs of the king's law have snapped at my family's heels. Always we have dealt with them swiftly, for after all, we have much practice." "And yet, if the king's law were to learn of your journey's ultimate end, what then? The Lord would have greatly preferred it that no one took any more notice of your passing than a mouse creeping by in the night. And thus he bade you, very clearly." A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Damaris's forehead. Lauren felt her own stomach turn a flip, as though she stood in the merchant's place. She had never seen Damaris show so much as a moment's fear or hesitation, much less this long pause that seemed to much less this long pause.
Oh, God, that's so much better.
Much less this long pause that seemed to stretch on for eternity. To her great surprise, Lauren found herself wishing desperately that Damaris would turn and flee the great hall, for the air suddenly seemed fraught with danger. "We took every precaution on our journey, and I am well practiced in such plans," said Damaris. "But even I cannot predict every end, and ultimately I was only betrayed by my own desire to help the Lord, for I found someone upon the road who I thought might one day serve him. But she betrayed us, as I could not have foreseen, and stole away that which is most precious to me." With a start, Lauren realized that Damaris was talking about her. Had that been the merchant's plan all along? To recruit her into the service of this lord, whoever he might be? But then why had she tried to turn Lauren over to the constables? Why had she had Lauren pursued and thrown into a cell? But then again, Lauren realized that even at their worst, Damaris's motives were never entirely clear. She had thrown a viper into that cell with Lauren, where it had poisoned her with its bite, and yet later the apothecary had told her the venom was not lethal. And the merchant had spoken highly of her even in opposition, hinting at things Lauren did not understand and lamenting that the two of them had not become friends. At the time, Lauren had taken her words for lies through a forked tongue, the subtle manipulations of a woman who excelled at controlling the fates of everyone she met. Now she was not so sure. "I have heard all of this."
Hey, what's up, Miak?
Now she was not so
Miak! There we go.
sure. "I have heard all of this," said Tristan. "It does not concern me. All I care about is that you have done what the Lord commands, and for which he has paid your family most handsomely." Damaris lifted her head slightly, seeming to find familiar ground again. "I have, Commander. And more than that, I bring you a bounty of magestones even greater than was promised, and for the excess, I have a boon to ask of you. Will you treat with me in the name of the Lord?" The great hall fell to silence, marked only by the silence. 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 Silence.
There you are. Ugly little clicker.
"In the name of the Lord?" The great hall fell to silence, marked only by the pounding rain on the roof, and a gentle tap-tap as Tristan drummed his long fingernails. Drummed his long, his long finger. And drummed his long finger. And drummed his long fingernails on the throne. When finally he spoke, it was not in answer to Damaris's question. Instead he asked, "How is it that so simple a girl as has been described to me could thwart you so utterly? The Lord was not aware that the family Yeren could be so helpless against one young child of the forest." Lauren's cheeks burned. Though she knew it for foolishness, a part of her mind felt as though he were speaking directly to her, as though he knew she lurked in the rafters and could hear him. "You say a young child of the forest," said Damaris, and her tone had grown bitter now. "I thought the same, but since then I have learned much that turns my mind in shame. But since then..." I thought the same, but since then I have learned much that turns my mind in another direction. No doubt the Lord knows much of the doings surrounding the Battle of Wellmont, but what he may not have heard is that this girl was in the company of mystics all throughout that engagement, and afterwards as well, and was last seen still in the... And afterwards as well, and was last seen... and was last seen still in their company. I know now what I could not before. She is their agent, a red cloak herself, but in disguise, and has had their help from the beginning. At that, Triskin shot forwards in his chair. Do you think the Lord has not guessed at this already? And do you think it pleases him that you, Damaris of the family Yeren, might very nearly have brought one of them straight here to our stronghold in the Great Rocks? Damaris had made a mistake, and she knew it. Once more she fell into a curtsy, and this time she bowed her head. I would never have brought her here, Commander. I would have sent word to the Lord directly, and had her vetted by one of his agents. The family Yeren will never reveal the Lord, or any of his places of power, this one least of all. Lauren took note of that to tell Jordell later. This was not the only stronghold of the Lord, whoever he was, for Lauren still had no idea. Even more of interest to her was Damaris's mad theory that Lauren had been a mystic all along. If she were not so fearful of being discovered, Lauren might have found it funny. See that you do not, said Triskin in a voice of steel. For if that were ever to come to pass, the Lord would end you. He would wipe the family Yeren from the very face of history. No bard would...
Lip smacky.
History. No bard would remember any song of you, and no tome would contain the record of your name. All the land you own would be burned and salted, a blight upon the face of the 9 lands that all would know only as a nameless fear. Damaris's head ducked still lower. I know it, and my family knows it. We wish nothing more than to serve him. Then serve him by being more cautious with your dealings. Triskin sank back into his throne, going from angry to almost bored in an instant. Now, you spoke of a boon you wish to beg of the Lord, in return for more mage stones. What would you ask of him? Damaris waited a long moment, as though ensuring it was safe, before she finally rose from her curtsy. But still she stood cowed, with shoulders drooping and head bowed. Commander, my... and head bowed. Commander, my boon and the Lord's concern are one and the same. Along our route I had planned to sell much of our cargo, for as the Lord well knows, Yeren is valuable to him only so long as we continue to be profitable and ensure that we can provide him with whatever he desires. But after Cabris, I proceeded straight here as quickly as my caravan could travel. I sold no mage stones to anyone else. As a consequence, I have half again the amount that the Lord purchased. As a consequence, I have half again the amount again.
Clicky, 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 clicky.
Again, I have half again the amount that the Lord purchased, and they are his, if he wants them. Triskin shifted in his seat at that. Lauren well knew that mage stones were beyond value, and in fact were the true source of the family Yeren's immeasurable wealth. Honest goods could only accumulate so much coin. Smuggling mage stones for generations had filled the Yeren coffers beyond accounting. That is a hefty cargo indeed, said Triskin, and must accompany a hefty request. A request not so great for the Lord to carry out as it has been for me, I think. That is why I ask. I think that for your master... I think that for your... that for... I think that for... I think that for your... I ask. I think that for your master, and mine, the task will be but a trifle. I ask that he finds my daughter Annis and returns her to me. A small smile appeared at the corner of Triskin's mouth. Loren wondered if he had been expecting the question, for it did not seem to surprise him. I see. You have failed to track her down yourself, have you? Many agents within our family have tried, and we have pressed many of our contacts within the mystics to aid us. Yet therein lies the problem. If, as we both suspect, the girl Loren is allied with the Red Cloaks, then they will make every attempt to thwart our efforts to find her. And if we cannot find Loren, then we cannot find Annis, for I believe they still travel in company. Triskin rapped his nails. Tap, tap. Prudent thinking, but so much mage stone seems a price too great, and I find myself suspicious. The Lord has considerable resources at his disposal, said Damaris. Yet to mobilize them for such a task may cause him some minor annoyance. The mage stones are a token, a gift to thank him for his kindness in this smallest of matters. Smallest of matters indeed. I will beseech the Lord upon your behalf. You will leave your token with me regardless. Damaris did not answer that at first, and Loren caught a sharp jerk of her head. Triskin's eyes narrowed. Loren realized it was a test. He meant to make Damaris prove her loyalty by accepting her payment, but on different terms than those she had strictly offered. Finally, Damaris nodded. Of course. As I said, they are a gift. Of course. Finally, Damaris nodded. Of course. As I said, they are a gift. Good. Then... Triskin's words were cut off as the front door of the great hall slammed open. The commander's guards leaped to the fore and drew their blades, and Damaris... The commander's guards leaped to the... slammed open. The commander's guards leaped... slammed open. The commander's guards leaped to the fore and drew their blades, and Damaris whirled, but it was only a stronghold guard, running in with her gray cloak fluttering behind her. She flew past Damaris to the foot of the dais and knelt. Commander, said the messenger, we have found a small party of spies in the cave south of the stronghold. Triskin shot to his feet. How many? Have we taken them? Not yet, but a force has been dispatched to bring them into the cells, or kill them.
All right. Chapter 26 done. Wait, what? Okay. Strange. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Ugh. Opa!
The gate striking the ground drowned out Zane for the heavy crash of a gate striking the ground. It brought her sword around in a swing at Lauren's head. Surprise. Had they seen Annis? Everything might be lost if Damaris... A child! A child, said Lauren, feigning surprise. Had they seen Annis? Everything might be lost if Damaris learned that Annis was here. If Damaris learned that... Lost if Damaris learned that Annis was here. I think... had give her in the cave. After the blow Zane had give her in the cave days ago, this felt like a... her descent, and lessen Jordel's burden however she could. If she were a child, and perched her on the edge of the rampart, then took the rope... Lauren wanted to keep climbing, to help him lift her, but the pain... Jem and Anna... Try. Jem and... Jem and... Jem. Jem and Annis. Wait for me within your quarters while I deal his throne. He seized its handle, and though it looked heavier than a boulder, Chapter 27. Chapter 27.
Jem, Annis, Albert, no.
Triskan's guards sheathed their blades, but the commander went to the hammer that leaned against his throne. He seized its handle and, though it looked heavier than a boulder, lifted it easily to slide it into a sheath on his back.
Take me to the caves. Lady Damaris, your request has been heard. Wait for me within your quarters while I deal with this nuisance.
Of course, said Damaris, curtsying a final time. Triskan swept past her and out of the room. As if he had held her in a spell, once Triskan was gone, Lauren found herself able to move again. She stood from her crouch in the rafters, wincing as her knees screamed with pain from holding position so long in the chilled air. Swiftly, she slunk back to the rafter beside the window and stepped out to the sill. As she clasped her black cloak around her once more, still. Out to the sill. As she clasped her black cloak around her once more, her gaze drifted upward. There was the lip of the roof, a pace above her outstretched hand. It seemed impossibly out of reach, but she had to try. Jem and Annis were in mortal danger, and Jordell did not even know it. She let herself wait one long moment, then crouched and jumped as high as she could. The angle was wrong, and she nearly missed the grip. Her right hand slipped away, her left hand clinging desperately to the roof's edge. A spike of pain shot through her torn finger, and she gritted her teeth to keep from crying out. She swung out and away from the wall, thinking for a moment she would lose what little hold she had, before finally swinging back in and seizing the lip with her other hand. Every muscle in her arms and chest burned with the pain of her earlier fall and the biting air, but still she heaved with all her might. Her right elbow came up over the edge, and after a little more pulling and wriggling, she collapsed upon the rooftop. In wriggling, she collapsed upon the... She collapsed. Pulling and wriggling, she collapsed upon the roof. Collapsed upon... She collapsed upon the rooftop. On the rooftop.
Excuse me.
And after a little more pulling and wriggling, she collapsed upon the rooftop in a heap. But she could not take even a moment to rest. Leaping to her feet, she darted for the rope and seized it, wincing at the pain in her mangled hands. She tried to pull herself up, but that was far too slow.
Oh my god. For some reason, none of the people who have edited Underrealm audiobooks seem to have, like, the SL clicks don't seem to hit them in some way. I don't really understand it, because they are the most egregious things in my entire mouth noises catalog.
But that was far too slow. The rope jerked, and suddenly she found herself flying upwards through the air. Looking up, she saw Jordell's strong gloved hands leaping over each other as he pulled her up one arm's length at a time. Lauren wanted to keep climbing, to help him lift her, but the pain left her unable to do anything more than hold on as he tugged her to the top. The mystic seized her arm as soon as she was within reach and nearly flung her onto the rooftop. She lay on her back, gasping and clutching her hands between her knees, trying to stop the fire in her palms. "Come, Lauren, you must rise." Jordell seized her arm and pulled her up. "I heard shouting in the courtyard.
If you have been discovered, we must flee. Quickly. Not me, said Lauren miserably. It was not me they found. The others. Jordel's keen blue eyes went wide as he froze. He looked at the hatch leading down, and then to the edge of the roof. We cannot go all the way back through the stronghold, he said. It will take far too long. We will lower the rope over the outer wall and climb down that way. Lauren felt fear spread across her expression, and Jordel's eyes grew troubled. He seized her wrists and flipped her palms upward. His brows drew close at the blood and the sight of her finger where the nail had been torn free. We have been torn free. Had been torn free. We have to help them, he said softly. Here, take my gloves. That will help at least. He ripped them from his hands and gave them to her. Lauren pulled them on gratefully. They were wet straight through from the rain, and she felt her blood begin and she felt her blood. And she felt her blood begin to soak into the leather, mingling with the rainwater. Meanwhile, Jordel untied the rope from the north end of the roof and retied it to one of the ramparts on the south side. He looked over the edge and turned back with a frown. It ends 4 paces from the ground, he said. We shall have to take care with the final drop. Are you ready? I must be, said Lauren. Though her body did not wish to obey her, still she forced herself forwards. A moment, said Jordel, holding up a hand to stop her. In a few seconds he pulled the rope back up to the roof, then handed her the end of it. Lauren took it in her gloved hands and looked up at him in question. I will lower you down, said Jordel. It will be easier on you and make you less likely to fall, I think. Lauren felt her heart flutter. But what if your grip should slip? What if guards arrive while you are lowering me? It is not my grip I worry about, and if we are quick, no one will have a chance to come. Quickly, we have no time for argument. He lifted Lauren up as if she were a child and perched her on the edge of the rampart, then took the rope in his thick hands. At his nod, Lauren pushed herself from the edge. She felt the rope give slightly in Jordel's grip, and in a panic she thought he was losing her already. But it was only his arm stretching to full length, and she jolted to a stop just a pace down. She planted her boots on the wall the way she had before, an attempt to control her descent, and lessen Jordel's burden however she could. Lauren need not have worried. Lauren need not have worried. Jordel's hands moved swiftly, end over end as he lowered her quickly down the stronghold's outer wall. She felt for one mad moment that she was walking back, backwards down the stones, as if they were stones,
Ugly. Ugly.
Backwards down the stones, as if they were a floor and she were playing some children's game. Just as Jordel had said, the rope ended 4 paces from the ground. Lauren stopped with a jolt and looked up to see Jordel's face peering over the rampart. Now she must drop the rest of the way. She let her feet fall free of the castle, dangling at a height nearly double her own. I must let go, she thought. Annis and Jem need me. Her frozen fingers finally obeyed her, and she plummeted through the air.
Lauren had spent long years dropping from trees in the birchwood and knew how to absorb the shock of a landing in her legs. But the ground of the birchwood had been soft loam, and now she landed on rock. Her ankle twisted beneath her and she fell backwards, landing hard and slamming her head on the stone. After the blow Zane had given her, After the blow Zane had given her in the cave days ago, this felt like a spike had lodged itself in her brain. For a moment she lay senseless, mouth open in a... For a moment she lay moment she lay itself in her brain. For a moment she lay senseless, mouth open in a wordless scream, unable to move. When she lifted her head, it hurt, but not quite so badly as she had feared. And when she tried to move her ankle, it responded with only a small twinge of pain. Not so bad as it could have been, she muttered to herself, climbing to her feet, and then leaping quickly out of the way, for Jordell had scurried down the rope like a squirrel down a tree. Already he had reached the bottom. He hit the ground a pace from her and tumbled into a somersault before landing on his back, then leaped to his feet. "Are you hurt?" he said. "Not badly," said Lauren. "Let us go." Jordell led the way along the stronghold wall, back to the cave where the others lay hidden. Others lay hidden. Lay hidden. Not hidden any longer, thought Lauren. The stronghold guards came into view. Stronghold guards came into view. The stronghold guards came into view first. Several lurked. Several lurked outside the cave mouth, hidden around the edge of the stronghold. Lauren soon saw why. 3 bodies lay just outside the mouth of the cave, arrows sticking from their chests like flagpoles. Lauren ducked for the stronghold wall on instinct so that the soldiers would not see them, but Jordell pushed onwards, and then she remembered that they still wore guard uniforms. So she followed closely behind him, throwing back her cowl and casting her cloak back over her shoulders, so that hopefully the other guards would not notice it was black, not gray. But she made sure the edge of the cloak still concealed her dagger, which hung near the back of her belt. One of the guards spotted them. "Take cover, friends, or you'll end up like our comrades there." He gave a significant nod to the bodies sprawled outside the cave. Jordell and Lauren darted around the corner, but Lauren stood in full view of the cave, holding her head high, hoping Albern would look out and recognize her. Jordell, meanwhile, ducked in company with the man who had spoken to them. 3 other guards stood behind, each afraid to press forwards. "How many are in there?" said Jordell. "I cannot count for certain, but I have seen at least 2, said the guard. "But one of them was a child." "A child?" said Lauren, feigning surprise. Had they seen Annis? Everything might be lost if Damaris learned that Annis was here. "Aye, a thin boy, dressed all in rags. Looks like he belongs begging on some city street, not up in these mountains," said the man. Lauren breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Jordell turned and gave her an urgent look. He tossed his head in the direction of the other guards. She sized them up. There were 4 of them against Jordell and Lauren, and who knew when more would arrive. Triskin might come at any moment, and Lauren did not enjoy the thought of testing herself against that warhammer. The guard at the back was smallest, a thin woman with short red hair who did not look much older than Lauren herself, though her eyes were filled with a grim determination.
To Lauren's other side, she was shocked to recognize the thin, reedy man who had spoken so rudely to Jordell and her in the mess hall. He did not seem to recognize either of them, for his eyes were fixed on the cave. With surprise on her side, she thought she could take the two of them. She nodded to Jordell and drew her dagger. In a burst of motion, Jordell drove his elbow into the face of the thick man beside him. Lauren cracked man beside him. Lauren crashed her pommel on the back of the thin man's head, and he slumped to the ground. The woman's eyes flashed with surprise, but to the ground. The woman's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly brought her sword around in a swing at Lauren's head. Lauren barely ducked it, and then kicked the woman's shin to fell her. But the shade kept her grip on her sword and swung it again. Lauren had to dart back to avoid the strike, but then she seized the woman's tunic, striking her 3 times in the face with her fist while still holding the dagger's hilt. It lent extra weight to her blows, and the woman fell, senseless. Lauren looked senseless. Lauren looked up to find Jordell with his arms wrapped around the neck of the final soldier, choking the breath out of him. The man struggled to strike back, but he could not loosen the mystic's grip. His eyes fluttered up and rolled back in his head, and he fell unconscious. Jordell dropped him unceremoniously to the ground. "Now let us find our friends and hope they do not shoot us," he said. They ran us, he said. They ran for the cave mouth, their weapons sheathed and their hands held high. Lauren stepped distastefully around the bodies on the ground, averting her eyes from them. There was so much death, no matter how she tried to avoid it. Albern must have recognized them, for no arrows came flying out of the darkness. No sooner had they entered the cave than Jem and Annis seized Lauren in a hug. Zane lay behind Zane lay behind them all, near the horses, his eyes filled with concern. "Well, you certainly took your time getting here," said Albern, stepping forwards. He still held an arrow nocked, but he had relaxed his draw. Despite the jovial tone of his words, Lauren saw the relief in his eyes. "When we heard the shouts of alarm inside the fort, we thought you had been found," said Annis. "It was not long before we realized they had spotted us, not you." "We held them off admirably, though, I think," said Jem, stepping back from his hug as though embarrassed. "Certainly they were no match for our determination and prowess." "Yes, the little master here cowered so fearfully that the enemy took pity on him and fled," said Albern. Jem opened his mouth to answer, but Jordell interrupted him. "We have no time for words, only flight. Fetch the horses and Zane, for—" The heavy crash of a gate striking the ground drowned out his words. All of them stopped in their tracks and turned to the mouth of the cave. Just as from around the corner of the stronghold, Triskin stepped forwards, his great warhammer clutched in both hands.
Hey, chapter 27 done. Oh yeah, this is going much faster with the new session structure. Alright. 'Tis time for me to have a brief break. Get up, stretch, walk around, and so on and so forth. I shall return in a moment. Hey, we're back. All right, gonna go for a couple more chapters, and then I gotta go pick up the kiddos.
Chapter 28. Chapter 28. To either side of Triskin walked the bodyguards Lauren had seen at his dais, and before him marched a half-dozen stronghold soldiers. They made no attempt to hide behind cover as they advanced, though that had seemed so sincere. She found herself wanting to believe those words now. We must flee, now. He knew me, Lauren, said Annis, her voice breaking. He knew who I was. Into a swing that came speeding towards me. He turned the movement into a swing that came batting the sword aside with his hilt. He turned the movement into a swing. A cruel look of recognition slid over beside him. Beside him. A cruel look of recognition. So now, but if we do not fight, then likely we will all die here. Lauren looked at Chapter 28. Marched a half-dozen stronghold soldiers. They made no attempt to hide behind cover as they advanced, though the soldiers in front glanced uneasily at each other. Triskin paid them no mind. Well, he is an ugly one, said Albern, raising his bow and drawing. His shaft struck one soldier in the chest. The others flinched and made to stop, but Triskin's guards shoved them forwards. The soldiers raised shields, but against Albern they might as well have had no protection at all. Twice again his arrows struck, and twice again killed. That made them duck at last. That made them duck. And killed. That made them duck at last behind the edges of the cave mouth. Back, said Lauren. She seized Jem and Annis and tried to pull them farther. Said Lauren. She seized Jem and Annis and tried to pull them farther into the caves. No, said Jordell. We cannot flee without leaving Zane and the horses behind. It will be a fight. He drew his sword and stepped forwards. Ah, and we could use more than 2 blades, said Albern, looking at Lauren sidelong. I will help, said Jem, though his voice quivered as he said it. He reached for the small sword Jordell had given him, buckled to his waist. Do not be a fool, said Lauren, grabbing his wrist as he drew and shoving the blade back in. You will be slaughtered. He will likely be slaughtered in any case if they get through Jordell and me, said Albern. Let the boy die with the sword, said Albern. Let the boy... said Albern. Let the boy... said Albern. Let the boy die with a sword in his hand if he wants. I told you I would not ask you to kill, said Jordell, and I will not do so now. But if we do not fight, then likely we will all die here. Lauren looked at the cave mouth where the soldiers' heads could be seen poking into view, no doubt goaded by Triskin and his men. Even Jem meant to take up a blade in their defense, and Annis had stooped to pick up a rock from the ground, holding it ready to throw. There was a shout from the mouth of the cave, and the soldiers rushed them, with Triskin coming close behind. There was no more time for thought. Lauren ran to Midnight and seized her bow from the saddle and then turned with a shaft already drawn. She planted one arrow in a man's leg.
Albern, without any such compunction, slew one of the bodyguards with a shaft through the eye. 2 soldiers remained, as well as Triskin and 1 bodyguard. Albern drew his sword, and he and Jordell met the shades in battle. Beside them came Jem, thin voice raised in a cry, but one of the shades struck out with a mighty fist, and Jem was dashed aside into the cave wall, where he slumped to the ground. Jordell and Albern traded blows with their opponents, backing up a step at a time. Lauren drew her dagger, but the cave walls pressed too tight, and she could not find a place to step in. She was not even sure her blade would help against the longer weapons of their foes. But the narrow space also forced Triskin to hold back. The bodyguard nearly broke Albern's defense, and Lauren was about to go to his aid. Then from nowhere a rock flew into the bodyguard's temple. Lauren saw Annis's empty hand. The moment's distraction gave Albern an opening. His sword found its mark at last, plunging through chainmail and into the guard's gut. As the woman died, Albern stepped past her and cut down one of Jordell's opponents as well. Jordell pounced as the last shade tried to flee. His stolen sword plunged into the man's back. Before he could withdraw it, Triskin stepped around his henchman and struck with the hilt of his hammer, driving the pommel hard into Jordell's chest. The mystic fell to his back with a great whoosh of air and curled up, clutching his chest where he had been struck. Albern leaped to his defense, trying to keep Triskin at bay, but the stronghold commander forced him back as easily as if he were Jem, before turning back to Jordell. "No!" Lauren could restrain herself. "No!" Lauren could restrain herself no longer. She scooped up Jem's sword and leaped at Triskin, swinging wildly. She wished suddenly that she had taken the chance to learn sword fighting. Even to her, the strike seemed clumsy. But they gave Triskin just enough pause for Jordell to find his feet again, and he pressed forwards beside her while Albern circled around from behind. They had Triskin surrounded in the center of the cave, his head turning back and forth to keep them all in sight. Lauren held her sword. Keep them all in sight. Lauren held her sword awkwardly before her. Albern moved to strike, but Triskin turned the blade aside with his hammer. He used the advantage to step back and around the bowyer, putting his back to the cave wall. The air grew quiet in a sudden lull. Only the rain outside and the heavy breathing of the fighters could be heard. Triskin's eyes sought out their faces one by one, studying them. Then he looked past them to where Jem lay crumpled on the floor, and where Annis knelt beside him. A cruel look of recognition slid over his face. "No," he chuckled. "No, this cannot be. This is too wonderful." He threw back his head and laughed loud and long, the deep, terrible sound echoing off the walls of the cave, until it became a choir of dark voices all joining in his mirth. Dark voices all joining. All joining in his mirth. "If you call dying in a cave wonderful, then you are a madman," said Albern. Triskin said Albern. Triskin acted as if he had not heard. His eyes were still only for Annis, his lips split in a wide grin. Wide grin. Wide grin. "The Yeren girl. I thought finding you for your mother would be difficult. How could I have imagined you would walk into my arms? The Lord will be most pleased.
Annis's eyes filled with fright, and she clutched Jem's unconscious form a little tighter.
Yes, I will bring you to your mother shortly, after I have dealt with these.
Triskin's gaze went to Lauren.
You must be the other one, the mystic spy who stole her away, the one some call Nightblade. Your corpse will make the Lord a fine gift, I think.
Thinking him distracted, Jordell lunged, but Triskin sidestepped the blow, moving far more quickly than such a large man should, batting the sword aside with his hilt. He turned the movement into a swing that came speeding towards Lauren's head, and she barely ducked in time. Triskin fell back into a fighting pose, and kept speaking as if nothing had happened.
And you, I can smell the stench of a mystic upon you. The outcast. Where is your fallen wizard, Jordell? Ah, there he is upon the floor.
He laughed again, shaking his great head slowly.
What marvelous fortune for me, and for the Lord, whom fortune shall always favor. But how tragic for you, to come so far, only to find death in the great rocks.
Lauren had an idea. If she could distract the man.
Death in the great rocks.
Lauren had an idea. If she could distract the man, it might give Albern and Jordell a chance to bring him down. Certainly she could do no more good than that, for she was no fighter. As Triskin began to speak again, Lauren leaped forwards with a cry, bringing her sword down in a heavy overhand swing. Triskin's warhammer swung to meet it, and Lauren's sword rang painfully in her hand. Then one leg came up, his plated knee smashing into her ribs. Lauren cried out and fell, but before she could reach the ground, Triskin brought the hilt around again, sending the pommel crashing down between her shoulder blades. Jordell attacked with a wordless roar of fury, smashing the warhammer aside and driving forwards with another strike, pressing in close where Triskin could not bring his weapon to bear. That barely gave the command to bear. That barely gave the commander pause. He seized the front of Jordell's tunic in one meaty fist and drew him forwards, slamming his forehead into Jordell's nose. But that gave Albern the chance he needed. His blade found its home deep in the back of Triskin's knee, the bloodied tip of it exploding through the front of the man's leg and shoving away the plate. Triskin sank down with a grunt, but in a desperate final attempt, he raised his hammer above Jordell's chest. Albern's sword swung around and nearly clove his arm in two, hacking through skin and muscle and into the bone. Triskin's hammer fell useless, his arm limp and wasted. Jordell rose, dagger in hand, and plunged it to the hilt in Triskin's neck. The giant fell at last, face down on the cave floor, his blood pooling around him to mix with the rainwater. Lauren rolled onto her back, gasping for air, and winced as she landed on a rock just where the pommel of Triskin's warhammer had struck her. Slowly she was able to gain her hands and knees. Her fingers prodded at her ribs. The bones were certainly bruised, but they did not feel broken. At least she hoped not. At least broken. At least she hoped not, for then she had no idea how she could make it out of the great rocks alive. She could do nothing more than crawl, so she made her way to Jem on the other side of the cave. Annis was already there, holding his head in her lap and looking down into his face. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks.
"He lives," she said. "I can feel his breath. He is only hurt." "Good," said Lauren, "but he needs to wake. We must flee now." "He knew me, Lauren," said Annis, her voice breaking. "He knew who I was. He knew my mother." She wanted his assistance searching for you, said Lauren. I will tell you all of it, everything we have learned, but later. For now, rest easily. He is dead, and it no longer matters what he knew.
Lauren shook Jem by the shoulders. Still his eyes remained closed. She slapped his face, gently at first, and then harder. Finally, she went to a dip in the cave floor, where water had pooled as if in a bowl. She scooped it up in both hands, then dropped it onto Jem's face. He came up, sputtering. "What happened?" he said weakly. His words were slurred by thick lips, for a large bruise was already covering most of the left side of his face. "You were struck down in the fight," said Lauren. "But you fought bravely." "Of course I did," Jem grunted. He froze, his eyes widening in terror as he looked beyond Lauren and Annis. Lauren whirled just in time to see Triskin rise to his knees. His mangled right arm still hung limp by his side, but with his left he seized Jordel's cloak and dragged him down. His arm wrapped around the mystic and dragged him down. His arm wrapped around the mystic's throat, squeezing tight as he throttled the life out of him. "Stinking mystic," hissed Triskin, voice bubbling with blood through his torn throat. "All your kind are doomed, but I am content to start with you." Alburn flung himself forwards, sinking his knife into Triskin's neck again. The commander only laughed. Alburn withdrew the knife and plunged it into the man's spine. Triskin only laughed harder. Triskin only laughed harder, while Jordel's face grew purple, and Lauren heard a weak rattle escape from his throat. She ran to seize Triskin's wrist and pull his arm away from the mystic, but she may as well have tried to move a mountain. The bowyer stuck the knife into Triskin's eye, the blade sinking 6 fingers deep into the man's brain. His whole body went slack at once, his arm finally falling away, and he sank to the ground once more. Lauren pulled Jordel away from the body, where he fell to his face on the ground. He gave great wheezing round. He gave great wheezing gasps of air, sucking it down like sweet wine. "What manner of witchery was that?" cried Annis. "He was dead! Jordel killed him!" Alburn shrugged. "Jordel killed him!" Alburn shrugged, stooping to wipe his dagger clean on Triskin's cloak. "Do not think too much of it. In war I have seen men fight on through worse, but not a dagger in the eye. It is over now." Jordel forced himself up. "We must leave." His voice was a horrible rasp. "More will come when their commander fails to return." "Indeed," said Albert. "Strange that he would even risk himself out here when he has a whole garrison at his back. But no matter. Where will we go? The west road and the east will both be watched. Farther into the caves?" "No," said Jordel. "Once they find his body, they will send their whole strength to scour this place. We have but one choice. We must go into the fort itself." "You are mad," said Jem, voice shaking. "He is not," said Lauren. "There is a place we can hide, but Jordel, what then? It hardly seems a better hiding spot than this, and still we have no means of escape." "I do not yet know," said Jordel. "Only we cannot remain here." "But the horses," said Lauren. "They will not fit into the secret entrance. What will we do with them?" "We must abandon them," said Jordel. "Bring everything from the saddles that you can, and leave the rest." Lauren felt her heart seize up. She looked far back into the cave, where Midnight still stood hobbled with the other horses.
The plow horse and Albern's bay nickered and danced at all the bloodshed, but Midnight stood stock still, her gaze fixed on Lauren. The thought of leaving the mare made Lauren want to weep. More than a month they had spent on the road together, until Midnight seemed as much a friend as Annis or Jem did. "Do not despair," said Jordell, seeing the look on her face. "We may yet have a chance to recover them. The soldiers within the stronghold will no doubt bring the horses in for themselves, and from there we might rescue them. The odds against them. And from there we might rescue them." The odds against that seemed strong, but Lauren did not say so. She only nodded, for she knew he was right. With heavy hearts, they all went to their saddlebags and fetched their provisions, waterskins, and bedrolls. Albern stroked his horse's mane for a moment. Then he removed its hobbles and gave it a pat on the neck. Lauren spent a little while holding her forehead against Midnight's muzzle. The mare turned and nudged her, as though she could sense Lauren's distress. Meanwhile, Jordell went to Zane, bound hand and foot on the cave floor. The wizard had watched the whole fight in silence, for a gag still bound his mouth. Now Jordell hauled him up to his feet and looked solemnly into his eyes. "I'm going to unbind your feet, and you will come with us," said Jordell. "If you should try to flee, you will die. Even if you should escape my grasp, the soldiers within the stronghold will find and kill you. Do you understand?" Zane nodded, neither eager nor fearful. "Do you understand?" Zane nodded, neither eager nor fearful. Lauren remembered the brief words he had had with her, his apology that had seemed so sincere. She found herself wanting to believe those words now, to have some assurance that his time of madness had passed. But still, she was not eager to break the bonds that held his hands, nor to remove the gag from his mouth. They stood at the from his mouth. They stood at the cave mouth, ready to emerge into the rain. But then, just before Jordell took his first step beyond the opening, Lauren heard the scrape of metal on stone. She looked back and froze. There on the cave floor, Triskin moved. His boot slid slowly on the floor.
It slid slowly.
Slid. Slid slowly on the floor as he tried to bring it up beneath him. His arms sought for purchase on the stone, both of them, the right and the left, even as she watched, the torn flesh and skin of his right arm stitched together, as though under the hands of a seamstress. The hole where his eye had been was sealed over with skin, and it bubbled. Hands of a seamstress. The hole where his eye had been was sealed over with skin, and it bubbled and rippled like a boiling kettle. Jordell. And it bubbled and rippled like a boiling kettle. "Jordell," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Run," said Jordell. "Run, now!" They fled out into the rainy night. "Run, now!" They fled out into the rainy night as quickly as their legs could carry them.
Hey, done chapter.
Lauren could read nothing in the words. We must escape this stronghold. Then went to where Zane lay. Lauren noted within... Lauren noted... Then went to where Zane lay. Lauren noted with interest that... and that will sate my curiosity. Will sate my curiosity. Double talk, grumbled Jem. More double talk. She remembered how, in Wellmont, Jordell had spoken, and all of us, to safety. And it is an evil portent indeed. He turned to where... Again, after Albern killed him twice. The very bowels of their enemy's stronghold, from where Lauren had no faith, led them at a crouching run along the stronghold's wall, around the corner toward... Chapter 29. Jordell led them at a crouching run along the stronghold's wall, around the corner towards the gate that led in from the east. All of them kept a wary eye above, watchful for any guard who might poke their head over to see them. But they went unnoticed, for they clung closely to the wall. Lauren led the way after that, for she knew where the hidden entrance was, while Jordell pushed Zane on ahead of him. But the wizard caused no trouble at all, running along behind her obediently, halting whenever the rest of them did without complaint. They found the eastern gate closed, and so they crept by it without incident. Before long, they stood in front of the secret entrance that Jordell had shown Lauren before. While Albern kept a hand on Zane's arm, Jordell pressed his finger into the chink in the wall, and the stone gave way before them. Quietly they crept inside, and Jordell pushed the door closed behind them. Then they were trapped in silence and darkness, within the very bowels of their enemy's stronghold, from where Lauren had no faint... quietly in the wall, and the stone gave way before them. Quietly they crept inside, and Jordell pushed the door closed behind them. Then they were trapped in silence and darkness, within the very bowels of their enemy's stronghold,
from where Lauren had no faintest idea how they might escape. Jordell bound Zane's feet. Escape. How they might escape. Jordell bound Zane's feet again, which the wizard suffered without struggle. Then for a while they simply rested, nearly all of them nursing injuries from the fight. Lauren tried to feel on her back where Tristan had struck her, but her arms could not quite reach it, and trying to do so made her ribs flare with pain. She could hardly see the others, who were visible with pain. She could hardly see the others, who were visible only by a hair-thin sliver of light that came in beneath the secret door to the outside world. "We shall need a light," said Jordell. "There should be a torch fixture on the wall. Here it is. They had a torch in the cells beyond, if you will recall, Lauren. Fetch it for us, will you?" "What if they notice its absence?" said Lauren. "I do not think they would guess that we took it into the walls," he said. "But be quick about it, so that you are not seen." Lauren went to the other end of the passageway, where she found the wooden wall that was, in fact, the back of the shelves in the dungeon room. She pushed it open on its silent hinges and ran to the torch. When she lit it and fixed it to the wall in the hidden passage, it seemed bright as the sun. "Much better," said Alburn. He had unstrung his bow to lay it across his knees, and was now polishing his knife, which still bore some stains of blood from the fight. With the room lit, Lauren could see the children sitting against the opposite wall. Jem was poking with interest at the bruise that covered his face, but Annis sat huddled, arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes staring at nothing. Lauren sidled over to sit between them and placed an arm around the younger girl's shoulders. "Do not be so fearful, Annis. You look like a woman awaiting her execution." "Am I not?" said Annis. "Are not we all?" "Am I not?" said Annis. "Are not we all? We sit trapped in the fortress of our enemy, and their leader cannot be killed." Lauren had no good answer to that, for she too had been badly shaken by the sight of Tristan rising to life again after Alburn killed him twice. "It must be some kind of magic," she said. "It is," said Jordell. "A dark magic that Underrealm has not seen in centuries. Not since a much, much darker time than ours. It is an evil portent indeed." He turned to where Zane sat against the wall. The wizard glanced at him with troubled eyes. The wizard glanced at the wizard glanced at The wizard glanced at him with troubled eyes. Jordell gave him the slightest of nods. Jordell gave him the slightest. Jordell gave him the slightest of nods. Lauren shot them both a dirty look. The last thing Lauren of nods. Lauren shot them both a dirty look. The last thing they needed was to rob Annis of what little hope she had left. "And yet we escaped from him." "That hardly helps," said Annis, "for still we are trapped." "And we shall escape from here too," said Lauren. "Just as we escaped from Cabras, and Wellmont, and Vivian upon the river. Only after here there will be no more dangers, no more foes trying to harm us. In no time we shall be in Feldemar,
well on our way to...
She turned to Jordell.
Where are we going, exactly?
He must finally have understood that Lauren wished to cheer the girl, for he nodded slowly. Slowly. He must finally have understood that Lauren wished to cheer the girl, for he nodded slowly. To my stronghold of Ammon, in the southeast of that kingdom, he said. It was a castle of my family's, built in times past to guard Feldamar against invasion from Dulmoon, but it was long abandoned from Dulmoon. From Dulmoon. From Dulmoon, but it was long abandoned, for it was built in a time of war that has long since ended. Feldamar and Dulmoon have been at peace for many hundreds of years. When I joined the Order and learned of Ammon, I took it. When I joined the Order and learned of the Order and learned of. When I joined the Order and learned of Ammon, I took it for my own, and from there I have long planned my efforts throughout the Nine Lands. It is no place of luxury, or even of much comfort, but it has two great strengths. It is secret, and it is safe.
But will the other mystics not know that you have gone there?
Said Annis, her voice still filled with worry.
Will they not find us?
Mayhap, said Jordell. The High King herself knows of the stronghold and may send her agents there to find me, but I have allies there, and loyal soldiers who will spare no effort to help us and conceal us from any search. It has always seemed prudent to me to keep a search. It has always seemed prudent to me to keep one place where I could retreat, where not even my masters could reach me if I did not wish it.
Do you see?
Said Lauren.
Once we leave the Great Rocks, we shall lose ourselves in the Birchwood, my home. No one will find us there, and beyond the Birchwood, it is but a short journey to Feldamar. A short journey, you say?
Grumbled Annis.
I feel as though we move from one short journey to another, except they are always longer than we think and more fraught with peril.
You may be right, and yet I promise you this, Annis of the family Yeren, said Jordell. I vow that I will see you safely to Ammon. While life remains in my body, I will not abandon you or turn aside. I will see you, and all of us, to safety. You. We'll see you. I will see you, and all of us, to safety. Annis peered at him in the torchlight. She did not say anything, but she nodded, and Lauren could feel her relax. All very good words, and I do not doubt them, said Albern. But it seems that before they can be carried out, the lot of us have much to do.
He is right,
said Jem.
We cannot very well reach Ammon while we lurk in these castle walls.
No, we cannot, said Jordell with a sigh. But we have learned much about the foes who wish to prevent our escape. One of them, the Yerens, known, and the other largely a mystery. It is the unknown that worries me, of course, and yet with each encounter I learn more and more of them. But at the same time, the family Yeren becomes more of a question.
How do you mean?
Said Lauren. Think. Why should Yeren seek the help of this lord, whoever he may be? Said Jordell. If they desire his help, he must be more powerful than they. If they desire his help, he must be more powerful than they, or at least capable of.
powerful than they, or at least capable of things they are not. But if that is true, how could he have hidden himself so well that I have never heard even whispers of his arrival?
You would know better than us,
said Jem. And yet I know nothing, but I have guesses. And if I guess correctly, then we have already... fought the first battle of a war I have tried to stave off for many years. He looked at Zane as he said that. The wizard sat with his hands bound behind him, very near the secret doorway through which they had come. His eyes were clear now, as they were most days, and in them Lauren saw a great worry. She remembered how, in Wellmont, Jordell had spoken to Zane for most of a day. He had desired the wizard's services ever since Lauren first met him in Cabras, and on that day Jordell had finally revealed why. But not to her. Jem stirred where he sat, reaching for the saddlebag he had brought.
I wish you would speak more plainly. All this double talk makes me quite hungry, yet I am certain you will insist I do not eat as much as I wish.
In that you are correct, for if you ate as much as you wish, no doubt your stomach would rupture, said Jordell, snatching the saddlebag away from him. And it is wise to fear speaking plainly about that which you do not know plainly. Those who speak with both authority and ignorance may plant ideas that cannot be shaken off, even after seeing the truth.
More double talk,
grumbled Jem.
Give me what food you will, and that will sate my curiosity.
Jordell chuckled and divided their food.
Curiosity.
Jordell
my curiosity.
Jordell chuckled and divided their food, handing Jem some small morsels of bread and the last of an old cheese that was nearly spoiled. The rest received their rations in silence, all of them lost deep in thought. Lauren wondered if their minds were turned to the same thing as hers, the sight of Triskin struggling up from the floor, as his ruined eye stitched itself together. "Lauren, will you feed Zane for me?" said Jordell. She nodded and took the food Jordell held forth, then went to where Zane lay. Lauren noted with interest that the wizard looked better than he had in a while. His limbs were still thin and wasted, and his cheeks gaunt, but his eyes were clear and bright, and they no longer sank so deeply into his skull. He had lost much of his hair to the Magestone sickness, but what remained had thickened and grown lustrous again. He looked at her eagerly as she removed the gag. Carefully she untied it and pulled the cloth down from his mouth. The moment his lips were free, Zane said loudly, "Jordell, let me help." His voice, so strong in the cramped space, made Lauren jump in surprise.
Smacky, smacky.
Space made Lauren jump in surprise. Jordell and Albern reached for their knives on instinct, but Zane did not move at all, and spoke no further word. Jordell had warned her that a fire mage's words of power were dangerous, and that is why Zane had been kept gagged. The wizard must have recognized their fear, for he did not utter so much as a murmur as Jordell studied him silently. Annis, however, did not remain silent. Indeed, let him help us, she muttered, looking down at her hands. That has turned out so well in the past.
Zane looked at her sadly, but then he returned his gaze to the past.
In the past.
Zane looked at her sadly, but then he returned his gaze to Jordell. His eyes were so eager, so earnest. Lauren wanted him to speak, to explain himself, but he waited. "Go on," said Jordell, his voice entirely passive. Lauren could read nothing in the words.
"We must escape this stronghold," said Zane. "Yet there are only 6 of us, and an army of our foes. But you know my strength. You know I can tip the scales in our favor. Let me do it, Jordell, and prove my remorse." "You ask us to trust you, Zane?" said Annis, trembling as she beheld him. "You would have done better if your first words were an apology, for your actions in the valley, and for this."
She drew down the collar of her dress, pressing a finger to her neck. There was the terrible scar Zane had left in her skin, the twisted, melted flesh where he had burned her with his fire.
"I shall never be able to apologize enough for what I did to you, Annis, and to the rest of you as well," said Zane quickly. "No words will ever make it right, only action. Let me stand beside you and atone for my wrongdoings by aiding our escape, or give my life to enable it, if need be. Then the debt of honor would certainly be paid,"
said Annis, turning away. "Annis," said Jordell in a warning tone.
"Still your tongue," she said. "I am done. Trust him if you—" she said. "I am done." She said. "I am done. Trust him if you wish or not. I cannot sway you either way, and I will not presume to try."
Jordell looked solemnly at her for a moment before turning back to Zane. The wizard sat still, looking up expectantly. Though she is overzealous in her condemnation, Annis is not entirely wrong, said Jordell. With such peril surrounding us, it seems an ill-advised time to test the limits of your honesty. Even so, I might do it. Yet if you are recovered, it is only recently, and still you are weak from the Magestone's hunger. We would gain precious little advantage by freeing you. Precious little advantage. Gain precious little advantage. We would gain precious little advantage by freeing you, and yet we would risk a great deal.
I feel strong, Zane insisted, voice rising. I know I can help you, and I do not speak idly. If it comes to it, I shall stay behind to ensure your escape. It is the least that honor demands of me.
Jordell frowned, and his hand stole beneath his cloak, where Lauren knew it gripped the hilt of his blade. I've given you my answer, Zane. Zane's brow wrinkled, and Lauren grew afraid he would lash out with words of power, afraid of what his magic could do in such a small space. But as her gaze rested upon his face, she saw it relax. His eyes grew calm again. He shook his head sadly and turned away from them. As you say, he muttered quietly. I suppose I deserve no better. Lauren fed him and replaced the gag. She took no pleasure in it. As they sated their hunger...
Oh, mouth clicky.
As they sated their hunger, they sat around Jordell in a small semicircle. First, Lauren told them all that had happened within the stronghold, and all she had heard between Damaris and Triskin. But she did not say how much they had spoken of her, because that seemed somewhat akin to boasting.
Jordell sat quiet, cross-legged with his hands across his knees, like some village elder telling children a story, as Lauren spoke and the others asked their questions. When they had finished, he spoke his thoughts at last. Whatever their ultimate purpose here, I know one thing. This fortress must not be allowed to stand, said Jordell. We must cast out both the Shades and the family Yeren, for no scheme of theirs will bring anything but evil to the Nine Lands.
I thought our intent was to escape, said Albern. It seems you speak of a fight instead.
Tell me how you think we can escape without a fight, and I shall call it good counsel, said Jordell. But they have guards with torches on the wall by night, and can see the road for mayhap a league in either direction by day. By vanquishing them, or at least by wreaking greater havoc upon the stronghold and thus distracting them, we stand our best chance at slipping away undetected. But, Jordell, understand I am not afraid, said Jem carefully. But we are only 6, 5 without the wizard, who we cannot rely upon. You have said there are scores of soldiers here. One does not need cowardice, only prudence, to see that the odds in such a battle are more than a little stacked in the favor of our enemies. Yet where so few may be weak in open battle, they may have great strength in silence and secrecy, said Jordell. And I think I have a way to use our small number, and the fact that the Shades do not yet know where we are hiding, to attack the fortress. Say on, then, said Jem. I should love to hear how 5 fighters can conquer more than 50. Mayhap they will sing a song about it. If they do, it may be because we failed in our secrecy, said Jordell. But no matter. The family Yeren has placed their caravan in the stronghold's courtyard. They hold many goods, but we all know their true cargo is mage stones. Lauren glanced at Zane. His eyes had lit up with interest, and she felt his eyes had lit up. His eyes had lit up with
Almost there.
His eyes had lit up with interest, and she felt a shiver climb her spine. Mage stones empower wizards, but they have other properties, said Jordell. If a mage stone is set ablaze, it burns with Darkfire. Darkfire, whispered Lauren. Like Zane used upon the Dortian ships outside of Wellmont? Jordell nodded. And upon the road, when he struck down Vivian. Darkfire cannot be doused without magic, and I would be surprised if they have any wizards here within the castle walls. Water only spreads it, and it will burn through wood, cloth, flesh, and even steel.
You mean to set the caravan ablaze,
said Albern. A fine distraction, to be sure, so long as we do not let ourselves be caught. So long. Sure, so long as we do not let ourselves be caught in the fire, here within our hiding place. That would be ill-advised, to be sure, said Jordell with a small smile. My thought is that Annis and Zane will hide here, within the walls. As soon as the flames are set, the rest of us will return to join them, and escape as our enemies are occupied by the destruction of their stores. It would be a grievous blow to the family Yeren, to be sure, to lose so valuable a cargo, said Lauren. And if the Shades are already angry at them for their dealings with you, believing you to be a mystic spy, think of their wrath after this, said Jordell. Such a blow could forever sunder this dark alliance, and that could do nothing but help us in the future. And best of all, in Lauren's mind, they would take no lives in the process. When Jordell had first begun to speak of attacking the fortress, she thought he meant to break his vow by asking her to slay the Shades. This plan, however, would do their enemies great harm without spilling a drop of blood. You mean to leave me alone with the wizard again, said Annis. The last time that happened, I did not enjoy the experience. Yet then he was unbound, said Jordell. And if you wish to leave this stronghold as badly as you claim, I think this gives us our greatest chance.
Very well, then, said Albern. Tell us what you mean for us to do.
Chapter 29 done. $29. And that is it for me on today's stream. For I am off to fetch the children. Won't somebody think of the children? Who are we going to raid today? It's raid time. Ooh, a lot of people streaming right now. Ooh, we're going to raid Mamasamu. Mamasumu. Mamasamu. Oops. It's quieter, Erica. It is harder to get a full day's work in because the kids come home from school at like 2:30, well, or 3, I guess. I enjoy the quiet, and me being super dad. Yeah, I enjoy the quiet. I do actually treasure my alone time very, very much. So that's nice. But I like my family too. It's got its ups and downs, its pros and cons, you know, like everything. All right, I'm gonna raid Mama Samu. Say hi to her for me. She's the one who cosplayed Lauren at Rose City Comic Con last weekend, which was super cool. I should be able to post some pictures from that very, very soon. All right, everybody. That's it for me today. Thanks so much for coming and hanging out. Good to see you all. Catch you next time. Bye.